yeah, zero. Like, I don't see that happen. I don't see anybody coming to Iran's defense. I mean, I maybe, right? I mean, maybe, but like, I don't think they have like any super strong allies. China would. I mean, yeah, you're right. North Korea said they would help Iran. That's a great point. Yeah, North Korea said they would help them. So you've really got some good winners over there, right? They're fully occupied with the other U.S. JV team. Yeah, Ukraine, exactly. That's a good point. And so Israel attacked a military base, Gul, and almost completely wrecks it, while Iran is just shooting at random civilian buildings and failing at it. Yeah, I mean, it makes Iran look awful. And I don't really see how anybody can not see that. And I feel like even a lot of the Iranian people probably see that. I mean, again, I think that a lot of them don't like their government to begin with. So there's not really...
so we don't know, and there's no update on his schedule at the moment over the course of the afternoon. But I would be surprised if we didn't see him by the end of today.
What, Trump? Yeah, probably.
Just reflecting on that statement that we played, the video of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a little earlier, in which he directly addressed the people of Iran. Just want to read that statement in its entirety. He did say, "We are in the midst of one of the greatest military operations in history, Operation Rising Lion."
We've seen this.
The Islamic regime, which has...
Yeah, we've seen this already. We'll wait. We'll watch a video on this and we'll catch up with everything that happened. But like, this looks like, oh, this is the threat. This is what people are worried about. Is that they're concerned that Iran could have like sleeper cells and terrorists in the U.S. that are going to do attacks now. And I feel like the probability of that happening is very, very, very low, but it's possible that it would happen.
Agent and Navy SEAL Jonathan Gilliam. Jonathan, good morning to you. I want to talk to you about what has led to this moment in time. When you think about since October 7th, what Israel is capable of doing with the pager attack against Hezbollah, where Hamas stands right now, and where the Houthis that have, with the help of the United States, been very much decimated in their capabilities to strike back. All of that leading to this moment that we sit in right now.
Yeah, sure. Because, like, you see, obviously, like, I mean, there clearly was a grand design here. Is that, like, after they systematically got rid of all of their kind of, like, terrorist networks, like Hezbollah and the Houthis and, like, what was the other one, Hamas, and, like, killing all of their leadership there, now they're attacking Iran directly. And it seemed like it's very, like, this was a very methodical and planned decision.
Right, and you know, it's interesting when we look at this, Israel has actually evolved back to the out-of-the-box thinking and the tactics of eliminating your enemy like it was before World War II and during World War II. After that, the world moved to a different way of fighting. And we've seen a tremendous amount of advances in techniques and evolution of warfare in Ukraine and Russia, and the way that the Iranian intel services in China use social media, for instance, to actually form social issues within other nations. And now we see this, where Israel has gone back and systematically taken out the proxies. Now, this is very important because Iran does not fight their own wars outside of their borders. Yeah,
they killed the proxies, and now that the proxies are dead, now they're attacking the main place, which is Iran. It seems pretty obvious that's the plan.
Use proxies, and I don't know if most people realize that. They have targeted Iran over,
it's like, I mean, you want to use like a WoW analogy. It's like you're going to kill the trash mobs before you fight the boss. I mean, obviously. It's common sense. Anybody would do this.
Over and over, using Hamas, Hezbollah. They went after Israel's strategic targets.
Being honest, right? Am I wrong?
And
am I wrong or not?
Somewhere along the way, Israel figured this out, and I think this is part of at least a three-pronged operation. First was the intel gathering about Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran themselves, along with the Houthis, and then they started carrying out attacks to really just cripple Hamas and Hezbollah. We, like, as you just said, helped with the Houthis, but along that way there was an initial attack inside of Iran. It tested their air defenses. We saw that they were horrible, and it showed.
I mean, it made them look like a joke. I mean, like, the difference is, like, I don't. It's like a night and day difference. It's like Iran is like 30 or 40 years behind Israel. I mean, it's almost like it's not even fair.
That Iran did not have the ability to go the distance all the way over themselves into Israel and actually effectively attack Israel. So with all of that in place and understanding all that and all those different...
Iran just attacked Israel live on Fox News. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure that's not true. If something like that happens, let me know, but I'm not seeing any of that right now.
Working, they were able to then go and start putting these operatives inside Iran and setting up for the big attack. And I think the rest of the world needs to realize that this is the way warfighting has evolved, and Israel is successful because they did it that way. They didn't just do it politically.
So, Jonathan, what do you think Iran is doing right now? Are they calling up their proxies that have been severely degraded over the past year and a half and saying,
I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
Well, so here's where the real...
Somebody says, didn't Iran just prove deficiencies in Israel's Iron Dome 5 to 6 months ago? Yeah, the Iron Dome isn't perfect, but like the Iron Dome gets like 95% of the missiles, whereas Iran stops 0% of the missiles, it seems.
What?
So that's clearly what the difference is.
Issue, I think, of the future for all of us comes into play is that we constantly call, and I've
7
heard
out of 10.
several guests
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Call Iran the terrorists of the region. But the reality of terrorism is a tactic that they use. Their ideology is fundamental Islam, and this has been a case for thousands of years. And Iran has never evolved or progressed to where they work things out diplomatically. You could never.
I mean, I feel like they had that before the revolution. I mean, they had that before 1979, and they got taken over by a military fucking group that are extremists, that are oppressing their own people.
Trust them. And so with this fundamentalism, this is the fear that I have, is that even inside the United States, the exact attack that Israel just carried out inside the borders of Iran, with the way that our border was down for 4 years, there could be cells here that could be activated by Iran or proxies.
I think this is fear-mongering. I do. I think this is silly. I mean, is it possible this could happen? Yeah, of course it's possible this could happen. But, like, to pretend like this is something that we should be immediately aware of and afraid of, I don't really think so. I hate fear-mongering. I mean, like, yeah, and there's a good chance that there could be a terrorist, even if somebody blows themselves up in the name of Iran here. That doesn't necessarily mean that Iran planned it, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of levels of extension that you have to go through in order to, like, really make sense out of this and to assume that it's true. So when I hear this and it's like, well, it's just radical Islam, well, I mean, we haven't had these same problems with all these other countries, right? I mean, it's primarily Iran, and they've been the main problem that this has been going on with now for a long period of time, especially with them in Israel. So I don't really think that's the issue, especially whenever you have videos and like pictures of Iran in the 60s and 70s and people are walking around in bikinis like it's fucking London or something. So I don't think that Iran is somehow like, you know, rotten to the core. That's ridiculous. I think it's being occupied by an oppressive, religious, fundamentalist, militaristic government, and I don't even think the people there like it. So to say that there's going to be a bunch of, Iranians that are going to go out and try to fight for themselves and you know, like martyr themselves, I'm just not seeing that. I'm not seeing that happen. Like, I mean, it might happen, but like, I don't think there's going to be a massive concerted effort, if that makes sense.
Groups that are loyal to Iran.
Am I crazy for saying that? Similar to Israel? Yeah. CIA put the extremists in power. Well, bad call on that one.
In Israel, that's basically what happened on October 7th when the Hamas went in and attacked Israel. They weren't prepared for that, and so we need to be prepared.
Right,
Israel needs to be prepared for those types of attacks. And the number one way to do that is for the citizenry to be aware. And that's what's going to prevent the majority of this. But Israel,
I mean, I would say this, that, like, I mean, regardless of, like, whether this is happening or not, I would definitely avoid a lot of those, like, protests and those big crowds tomorrow. because, you know, they're going to have that military parade. And, like, if you're not there at the parade itself, which is probably going to have better security, I would not want to have anything to fucking do with that, right? Like, I would be very, very unsettled, at least for the next week or so, right?
On top
avoiding
of their game.
People,
and
well,
right
avoiding
now,
situations, really,
should
that's
be in
it.
panic mode because they don't even have the ability right now at this point to run operations with their proxies because they're fighting for their life.
Yeah, the fear of sleeper cells in the United States is very concerning. It's something that the president is very aware of and trying to mitigate as we speak. Jonathan, thank you for joining us this morning.
It sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me. I mean, yeah, there's a chance something like this could happen, but I mean, I think that, again, this is predicated off of the assumption that Iran has always had this problem, which isn't true. I think it's primarily fear-mongering more than anything. So, yeah, alternative media, yeah, I guess so. It's just fear-mongering? Yeah, I would guess so, too. And what's this? To be fair, we stated Shaw was oppressive as fuck. You essentially concede to terrorists if you change your life and actions based on fear. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm also not going to tell people, yeah, it's a great idea for you to go out. I think this is from earlier. It's a great idea for you to go out and do this, you know, when there's a chance that something like that could happen out of nowhere. Like, I mean, I think that it's, again, you're right, but it's also like, being right doesn't necessarily help you if you're putting yourself in danger. Like, there's people that have bad things happen to them and it's not fair, but it still happens anyway. And that's my point, right? It's being cautious, exactly. Like, for example, like, nobody should steal, but I would still recommend that not to leave a brand new Switch 2 or a PlayStation 5 in a car in a parking lot unlocked overnight. Like, nobody should steal, but at the same time, you don't want to put yourself in a position where this could negatively affect you either. So I think it's common sense both ways. Being right doesn't make you immortal. Yeah, exactly. You have to take calculated risks and you have to be smart. But yeah, let's go back. I'll look at this here. Bullshit, everyone hates America in the Middle East because Israel made us subjugate the region for them. I do think that Israel is an aggressor, but I also think that it's... I mean, like, I think a lot of them hate Iran too. Like, I don't think that you might understand is that, and I'm not an expert in this, right? I'm not a fucking, like, a wizard. I don't know everything about this, but it's not like all of the Middle East is completely aligned. If they were, then they wouldn't have been fighting each other. Like, you know, like, all these terrorist groups fight each other too, right? Like, it's not like this is some kind of, like, universal, you know, like, religious alignment. It's the same as any other religion where there's like 4 or 5 different ways that people practice it and they're fighting. So no, they're not a, yeah, I'm not a wizard, I'm sorry. But they're truly aligned in hating the USA, to be fair. I don't know. I mean, it feels like a lot of them, you know, opened up the fucking red carpet for Trump to show up and start doing business with him. And none of them are going out and trying to, like, talk about how they're going to defend Iran right now. So honestly, I feel like that kind of worked. Am I crazy for saying that? Like, yeah, Trump going over there and making all of these economic relationships with these countries, and now these countries aren't trying to help Iran, I feel like that worked out in our favor. Non-front of region, bro. And yeah, I mean, that's the way I say it. And also, I think that there's a lot of people, and this is even true with Iranians, like, there's a lot of people in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, like Israel, fucking even Iran. They don't hate America. They don't hate Americans. They might not like our government, but, like, they don't hate us. Like, no. Yeah, the countries don't like Iran? Yeah, absolutely not. They love the West. I mean, yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit, and it's the same as, like, most people over here are probably like, yeah, they might think that the Middle East is, like, backwards in, like, a few things, but it's not like they hate everybody in Saudi Arabia. It's an overgeneralization that's created in order to divide people and to fearmonger and to make people more xenophobic and afraid of each other, which I think isn't helpful or beneficial to anybody. Weakened or Navy back in the 90s? That's what I think. Okay, no, Saudi is much different than the views the Western media portrays. Yeah, I get big surprise. People are individuals and they have their own thoughts. I know, it sounds crazy. But let's see if I can find, before any more of this happens, is this live?
If not months, some years, we've been told.
Sure. And it was timed precisely to be carried out exactly when it was needed the most. It was not needed the most because Iran was days away from constructing the bomb. even the IAEA report, which accused Iran of real violations of the non-proliferation treaty.
This is them making more of them stuff. Yeah, people aren't individuals, but you label them as third world. I'm not saying I'm not labeling them at all. El Take is fucked, to be honest. Israel obviously shouldn't have killed the entire cabinet of Iran. Well, if you have, if you're Israel and you have a government that's saying that they want to bomb you and kill you and wipe you off the face of the earth, why wouldn't you want to take out all of their leadership? Really? What would have been better? Would it have been better to bomb the civilians? To bomb the military bases of the people that are just following orders? No, I think this is the cleanest and least bloody reaction that you could have, other than just letting it happen. Yeah, why? Again, there's no honor and virtue in attacking their entire military. A lot of those people, yeah, fuck that. Absolutely not. And also, by the way, that's how you lose the support of the Iranian people. That's exactly how. Whenever you start bombing their civilians and you start bombing random enlisted military people, that is going to radicalize them and nationalize them against you. You don't want to have that happen. You're seriously defending Israel right now, even though they started this? I'm not really defending Israel. I mean, it's not really about defending Israel or not. I mean, if you can't see why Israel is doing this, you are delusional. I mean, again, I don't think the U.S. should, send troops over there and help them. But if you can't see the reason and why Israel is reacting this way, you're out of your fucking mind. Of course that's the reason why. I think some people play too much Total War and they pretend they're military experts. I mean, I'm not a military expert either, to be fair. But, I'm just giving my opinion. You have to defend Israel, or are you dense? I mean, I don't think that I have to or not, right? I totally agree with you, but why couldn't Israel do these precise attacks against Hamas then? They did. Wait a minute, they did. They did. They killed all of the Hamas and Hezbollah leadership. Yeah, bro, they're already dead. The reason why they're not doing it anymore is because it's done. Yeah, the guys bought it. Yeah, it's already over. They assassinated the Hamas leaders? Yeah, exactly. These retards seem to forget Iran sends rockets at Israel every other month. Yeah, what do you think they were doing? While wiping out civilian collateral and detonating pagers in public spaces? When have I ever said that Israel... What is the... So whenever I say Israel, whenever I say it makes sense that Israel attacked the... I'm not really sure where you're coming from, right? Because, if I say, oh, yeah, it makes sense that Israel attacked, obviously, and they killed these military leaders, do you think that automatically means that I'm justifying some other unrelated action that they did 6 months ago? Why would that even have why would that have anything to do with each other? Yeah, Iran president speaking live. Let me see if I can find that. I don't see that anywhere here. I mean, let me go back and double check before I play a video, and then we'll look at it. You're avoiding the question? There's no question at all. It's just an accusation. It's an accusation that I am defending this or whatever, blowing up the pagers or whatever. I mean, I've been very outspoken in saying that Israel is a bad actor in a lot of cases. I just don't think this is one of those cases. I mean, I understand that this might be difficult for people to understand, that, each individual case is going to be different, but there are some things that they do that I agree with, some things that they do that I don't agree with. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, it's very odd to me to see so many people pushing back about this. Yeah, Israel saving the free world? Well, I don't know I wouldn't go that far. When did it become wrong to support Israel? You pro-Palestinian brainwashed, useful idiots, or shameless? I think that it's very fair for people to be pro-Palestine, and I think that's totally okay. But being pro-Palestine doesn't mean that you have to be pro-terror. It doesn't mean you have to be pro-Hamas. There's a lot of people, and the Palestinians are getting fucked. You know, they have their own fucking, you know, military terrorist organization that's taken them over. You know, there's like, who knows how much of this is actually true. Using them as human shields, not giving them food, etc., and then stopping aid from coming in so they can look more like victims. I don't know how much of this is true. It's very hard to say. I wouldn't even go out and say it myself. But there are a lot of accusations of this happening. And but there is the guarantee that they kill people who dissent. Like, this is a terrorist organization that kills people that go against them. These people are not only being oppressed and bombed by Israel, but they're also being oppressed and killed by their own paramilitary government. Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to the Palestinians. I absolutely am. Now, I think everybody should be to that level. It doesn't mean that everything that they do is, like, right. It doesn't mean that Hamas is good. No. But you're talking about the individual humans that are living in Gaza, getting bombed, living in rust bases and ruins, then, yeah, I fucking support them completely. Absolutely, I do. That doesn't mean that you have to support the fucking terrorists. That's crazy. Yeah, why is this so hard for people? And Hamas is bad. Palestinian citizens are usually innocent. Yeah. And also, like, the fact is that you can't judge Palestinian sentiment by what you see online. Because whenever the sentiment, remember the last time you saw anti-Hamas Palestinian sentiment? Yeah, they're dead now. So, big surprise, you don't have a lot of Palestinians that are trying to speak out and fight back against Hamas because they don't want to die. Like, I mean, I think it's pretty fucking simple. Yeah, chat's crazy. Why? I mean, the reason why I say what I say is because I think that there's a lot of people that are just totally fucking radicalized, out of their fucking mind, and they're making up stuff that is just totally wrong. I think it's completely fucking wrong about this. I'll read a few comments about this, and then we're going to watch that video. I've been kind of like getting distracted by this because a lot of people keep bringing up arguments, and it's derailing me a little bit. But I don't mind it. That's fine. Let me go back and see this here. And people that are more critical thinking have become more extremist. Yes, I think that they have. I think they've become very, very extremist. How are you supporting Palestinians, Zach? Well, number one, by not supporting Hamas. I mean, that's number one. You want to support Palestinians, don't support Hamas. You want to free the Palestinians, yeah. They're being oppressed by Israel, but they're also being oppressed by Hamas. Hamas kills them if they disagree or if they push back. I mean, I'm pretty sure that sounds a lot like fucking oppression to me. Palestinians voted for Hamas. How's that working? Yeah, they voted for them 20 years ago. And things have changed massively. Also, maybe they made a mistake then. Do the people that voted 20 years ago, do the people now who might not have even voted on that deserve to live with that consequence for the rest of their life? I think that's a little bit ridiculous. And also, things change. Like, what they might have started out doing 20 years ago isn't what they're doing now. Like, and this is what happens. I mean, it's happened with how many oppressive regimes that it starts off and things are relatively normal, and then it gets more and more extreme until it becomes oppressive. This is textbook. It happens all the time. So I don't think that definitely, like, that definitely in my mind does not justify all of the hate towards them. You can't vote in terrorists? Where was? Yeah. Would you want President Trump for 20 years? Not really. I mean, some people would, but, like, that's just what I'm saying in general. The whole thing is to fight over religion, so it'll never stop. Yeah, and so I don't know. Like, that's I'm giving you my opinion on this, and that's it. Let me see if I can figure a few more of these here. Trump told CNN's Dana Bash, Iran's hardline negotiators are now dead. Does that mean that Israel got them? And Trump says, well, they didn't die of COVID. Yep. Received a phone call from Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. He briefed me on the evolving situation. I shared India's concerns and emphasized the need for early restoration of peace and stability in the region. So, all over Israel under fire. I'll see if I look at a few more of these before I pull up that video I was going to watch. But it seems like a lot of these missile strikes are pretty much over for now. They've either run out of missiles or decided to stop attacking, or are planning a new attack in general. And so, yeah, important thing to talk about is people as how Hamas came to exist. Well, like, let me see here. And could you look at the Arabic in accent's insane? I don't know. But, yeah, careful, bro. Don't be on a vacation entertaining the extreme takes. I feel like I'm the only person who's not extreme here. Like, I feel like, and that's actually not true. But, like, I view that, like, the way that I'm seeing this is a very non-extremist point of view. Like, there's nothing extremist about this at all. Like, nothing I'm saying or getting into or pushing or, you know, advocating for, nothing about this is extremist in any capacity whatsoever. And I think that's a good thing, by the way. We need to have more de-radicalization. You have a totally balanced take on this? Yeah, exactly. Having sympathy for terrorist supporters is extreme because you're not thinking about it from their perspective. You understand it from your perspective, and I get that. But when these terrorist supporters, this is the last point I'm going to make, and then I'm going to move on, okay? Because this is where I think we're looping now. These terrorist supporters in Palestine have two choices: support or die. Number one. Number two, it's the devil you know. These people are at least fighting for you against what you believe to be a foreign power. So you might dislike the Hamas, but you might dislike Israel more. And if Israel is the one that's bombed you and maybe killed your family or blown up your house, you're probably going to hate Israel more than Hamas. So it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I think that's the reason why these people turn and they support these terrorist organizations. You create support for terror, and I think this is again, big criticism of Israel. Huge criticism of Israel is that you create these people that support terrorism. Like if you look at ISIS and you look at a lot of these guys that are like, you know, like maybe look at it maybe, I don't know, 15 years ago or so, not 15, 5 years ago or so, whenever we had problems with a lot of these like paramilitary organizations in the Middle East, you had all of these guys that were 20, they were 19 years old. These are people who their entire conscious life, they have been occupied by a foreign power that is a different religion, a different culture, that is militarized, and it is occupying their country. If you think that those four things do not radicalize people, you are out of your fucking mind. So it makes sense that these people, and this is my point again, how do you solve this problem? Leave them the fuck alone. Leave them the fuck alone. Yes, obviously them having nuclear bombs is a problem. Other than that, leave them the fuck alone. Try to negotiate with them, build up trade deals, create interdependencies to an extent so they can counterbalance each other, and they have it in their best interest to work and westernize. And then again, you also can become more understanding of their culture as well. I think that's what's happened with Saudi Arabia. I think that's what's happening right now. It's happening right now with Saudi Arabia, and I think that it's happening in a tremendous and an incredible way. They tried that? No. Yeah. And also, by the way, anybody who's advocating against what I'm saying, we have had a 20-year, trillions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of lives lost over there to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. I think it's time to try something new. Am I crazy? Let's try something new. Like, this certainly hasn't fucking worked. We tried it the other way, it didn't work. Let's do something different. That's what I think. That's my opinion on it. You're silly when it comes down to world politics? No, a lot of people don't get it. I understand. I'll read a few counterpoints, and then we're going to move on, okay? Isn't that what China, and isn't that considered a failure? I'm not sure about that. Let's stay out of it. Well, let's also do things. Well, yeah, because building nuclear weapons is of a different level of escalation than them just having a terrorist organization over there where they're fighting each other. Yeah, big fucking surprise. There's a distinction and a degree. Like, not everything is black and white, obviously. Of course, yes. Influence versus control, yes. The U.S. can exercise soft power and influence in that area, by engaging in trade and cultural exchange. And I think that's something that's happening with all the amount of sports and things that are happening in the Middle East. I think this is an incredible... People are thick today? Well, no, people are, and I understand. I get it. I totally understand it. But I do think that... I think that what I'm saying is the path forward. And the truth is that it seems like all of the world leaders, except for the nutballs in Iran, agree with this. Trump met with a previous leader of ISIS. Very tough military history. But he met with them, and now things are improving. We're going to get things back on the right track. Let's move past this. At what point do you move past it? Like, you know, one of our greatest allies right now is Japan. We nuclear bombed Japan twice. And we're dealing with them and working with them. This entire idea of like these fucking blood feuds that need to go on forever is fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And so, yeah, I don't want to see that happen. I don't think anybody does. And I think also, like, I mean, this was the hope. And this was the hope, is that Trump would be able to negotiate a deal, and this would be a way that we could de-escalate tensions with Iran as well. Clearly, that hasn't happened, so this is the outcome. But that was the hope. How many of you guys hoped for that? Wrong about Japan. They made us all waifu obsessed weebs. Yeah, they won World War II after all. It just took 70 more years. Yeah, maybe that's it. And so, yeah, I wonder how things would be at the same time World War II if there was simply no World War II that broke out. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, that's how I see it in general. An eye for an eye in Islamic law. This is why it's been going on for years. Japan and Germany don't have that. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a lot of them do you think that these people are like unable to like come to terms and come to any, like, there's never been any sort of solidarity ever inside of the Muslim world? Like, I mean, I get what you're saying, sure, but I don't think that that's... you would be surprised. Like, religion matters a lot, but I don't think it's always the deciding factor, especially whenever people stand to gain by not necessarily following it. Yeah, it holds everyone back. Yeah, and listen, I'm not a big fan. I've said this before. I'm not a big fan of religion. You guys know I am a Reddit atheist. I'm not a big fan of it at all. But I don't think it's fair to blame everything on that. It's not that simple. You're projecting? No, I'm not projecting. I'm observing. This is what's happened. This was nobody said that Japan doesn't have a culture of revenge. I mean, yeah, well, either way, does that make sense what I'm saying? Yeah, and I think that really, I think there's a lot of people that feel this way. Like, how many of you guys agree with me and, like, you know, kind of are, like, you guys are in the same viewpoint of me with this? Yeah. I mean, there's like maybe like 80%, like maybe like 90, 80%, half and half. I wouldn't really say it's half and half, but like a lot of you guys, I would say, yeah, people are kind of seeing it the same way. And I'm not surprised. I think that's a good thing. What's the deal? What's the deal in the peace of the Middle East? It's all about money. Yes, I know that. But if it's about money, then they're not going to get in the way of their own fucking money. Great. Okay, if it's about money, then you can deal with that. About half and half, maybe. But anyway, that's what I think. And by the way, don't get me wrong. Radical Islam is not a good thing. Any radical religion is not a good thing. Anybody who is using a book that was written thousands of years ago to make decisions today is making a bad decision. Like, I'm not a fan of any of that. Anyway.
We begin this morning with a Fox News alert. Overnight, Israel launching sweeping strikes against Iran, targeting its nuclear facilities, military strikes, sites, and top commanders.
Several Iranian military leaders and nuclear scientists believed to be dead, and right now Israel is beginning to intercept drones sent from Iran in retaliation, but Israel says this is just the beginning of their operation.
Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight,
I mean, you can't blame them that much for that, can
Israel
you?
backs those words with action.
Let's be honest.
You are watching a special 4 a.m. edition of Fox and Friends First on this Friday morning. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I'm Todd Pyro. Alex Hogan, live in Israel, joins us now with the very latest. Alex.
Hi, Carly and Todd. Israel says that it has identified as many as 100 drones launched by Iran heading toward Israeli airspace. And Israel says that it has started to at least attempt to shoot down some of those drones.
I mean, like, I guess Iran is really big, so it's harder to defend. But it seems like every time that something comes towards Israel, Israel knows about it. Meanwhile, Israel is building bases in Iran, and Iran doesn't know about it.
Syrian airspace as Jordan is attempting to take down some of the drones that are above its airspace. At the same time, we just got this new alert from Israel's home command urging people that they do not need to stay as close to shelters as they had been in the previous hours, indicating that Israel and the Israeli Defense Force believe at this point that they will be able to take out the incoming threat as we await what could be these waves of drones sent over anytime this hour. All of this follows what happened earlier this morning when Israel says it targeted the heart of Iran's nuclear capabilities in an operation it calls Rising Lion.
Yeah, it's not even remotely
The Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. When someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves.
Israel says it used more than 200 fighter jets to hit over 100 targets across Iran. In Iran, multiple explosions were heard near the Natanz nuclear power facility. There are reports this morning that center.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if Trump said that about a country threatening America, I think a lot of people would be saying, yeah, true, do it.
Has been completely destroyed, although the International Atomic Energy Agency says that there has been no increase in the radiation levels at that facility. Fires broke out across Iran. Iranian state media today say that 3 military commanders in the Iranian regime were killed. 6 nuclear scientists were also killed. And Washington quickly responding. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying, quote, "We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region." President Trump also telling our Brett Baer, quote, "Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we are hoping to get back to the negotiation table. We will see. There are several people in leadership that will not be coming back." It was around
several people that aren't going to be negotiating again. And why is that?
Around 3 a.m. this morning when sirens blared across Israel, waking up millions of people, telling them to get into shelters as quickly as possible. The defense minister quickly declared a special state of emergency after this elaborate strike, again anticipating that there would be this Iranian attack. The IDF is also mobilizing thousands of troops as well as reservists because of this incoming strike that we are expecting. But there is, of course, that caution that we are hearing from Home Front Command.
Somebody says, for example, how many think would agree if we bombed all the cartel leaders in Mexico? I mean, as far as I know, Sicario was so popular they made a second one. So, I mean, I think that pretty much says a lot by itself.
And that people can stay a little bit further away from shelters, not gathering in any public places. It is the weekend. Normally, we would see this area, Carly and Todd, packed with people. No one is here except for people who have been going out to get groceries and stock up on water. Carly, Todd.
Yeah, getting all the essentials. And Alex, it is welcome news that you just reported that Israel does think that they can take out those 100 drones that Iran launched towards Israel, so that people can potentially move about more freely than what they may have previously expected today. But the Israeli
and they already said by this point, now they're able to just go out. Like, they didn't even say you have to be under shelter anymore. I mean, there might be a third wave of bombs, but it seems like that's not even going to happen. at this point.
You know, they've been through so much. This war in Gaza, now over 600 days old. So now that you're on the ground in Israel, what can you tell us about how this strike is being received by the Israeli people?
Well, they're probably happy.
Well, this came as quite a shock. Of course, people who have lived here, people who are from here, they are used to going to the shelters. They are used to hearing the sounds of sirens, getting those alerts that we receive on our phones, telling us exactly what is happening and who is launching a strike, whether that is coming from Hamas, if it was Hezbollah previously before the ceasefire up in the north, or the Houthis in Yemen. When people went to the shelters this morning, it wasn't until later that they received the notification from the government that this was in fact in anticipation of an Iranian response after their preemptive strike. So there is a level of exhaustion that people are feeling after being at war for so long and now seeing something potentially escalate. There's also the feeling at the same time.
That's the way I think a lot of Americans feel. Like, I've seen a tremendous amount of American sentiment, like today and yesterday on the internet, where how many of you guys saw the memes? I ain't fucking dying for Israel. Like, I've seen like fucking 50 of these memes. But there's a lot of, and they're popular too. A lot of people feel that way.
Among
Israelis, it ain't a meme,
that...
it's the truth. I mean, I agree. I mean, with the amount of drone warfare and the amount of technology we have, why the fuck would we send our people over there? It's ridiculous.
They believe that this needed to happen to prevent Iran from developing their nuclear capabilities even further. Of course, this also comes at the same time as we were expecting to see more negotiations take place. Of course, those will not be taking place in the same way that there had been hopes that they would. Diplomatically, of course, we expect to see more conversations to try to bring people back to the negotiation table and bring down the temperature here in the Middle East.
Well, not back to the negotiation table. We'll bring in new people to the negotiation table. The old people aren't going to be able to come back. Yeah, a little bit different.
Israel wouldn't have attacked if they didn't feel like the time is now, and that is why we are seeing the events unfolding as we did overnight. Alex Hogan live for us in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, a little
Alex,
bit different.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're on vacation.
Let's bring in Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman. Dan, it appears that the intel that went into planning this seems to be on par with those pager strikes. In other words, very targeted, very specific. A lot of work went into it prior to the ultimate strikes. What are you hearing from your sources in the intel community as to how Israel pulled this off?
It's an extraordinary intelligence success where Israel was able to fuse their intelligence collection and operations on the ground with military operations to target Iran's nuclear facilities, as well as the means that Iran would use to conduct retaliatory operations against Israel. Again, this is what Israel is known for, and the country wouldn't exist if they didn't have this incredibly sophisticated intelligence capability. It's an extraordinary...
It is impressive. I have to say, and I think even people that hate Israel have to say that it is impressive how effective they are. It is.
Success, and it's an ongoing success. Israeli operatives are on the ground inside Iran conducting covert operations even as we speak.
What will the outcome, Dan, of this be? Will this end the evil that is the Iranian Revolution that started in 1979? Do you think that this could lead to regime change? Or will, when the dust settles, will the region remain largely the same?
Well, that's certainly, a question that is worth...
If they kill the main guy, that Khamenei guy, then yeah, I think a change could happen. If this guy, if he's alive, though, it's not going to happen. As long as he's alive, there's not going to be a change, I think. That's my guess.
Asking at this point, the other more immediate questions are whether Israel has taken out enough of Iran's nuclear program. We've been tracking Israeli strikes on Natanz as well as Iraq and potentially Isfahan, but it's Fordo, the underground facility, that I think we need to be focused on as well. And I'm sure there will be questions in the coming hours today about whether Israel has been able successfully to target that site. Doing so through the air, very difficult, but Israel might have been using covert operations as well.
Yeah, it's
as
obvious.
For long-term regime change, it's certainly possible, but I think at this point we've got to be focused on what looks like an all-out war between these two countries.
Yeah, and to that point, the IA...
I mean, again, like, I feel like, I mean, I'm not really, I mean, I don't know, right? I don't live there, but it seems like that guy is the icon of that entire regime. Like, he is the icon and the fucking, like, the I don't know, the main guy, right? He's the main guy of the regime. And so if he's there, then I don't think things are going to change. He's the image of it? Yeah, he's the complete figurehead. Absolutely. I mean, literally. People are walking around with photos of him and shit like that.
There's no increased radiation levels at the Natanz nuclear site after Israel bombed it. Iranian authorities, though, Dan, have also informed the IAEA that the country's Bushehr nuclear power plant hasn't been targeted. So with that in mind, it does seem like there could potentially still be enriched uranium in Iran. And if that's the case, what do they do with it?
Yeah, the Bushehr facility is a civilian facility that the Russians helped to build. And that is the question. Iran is in violation. The IAEA said that Iran was in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They've got...
Who could have guessed? What a shock. Wow.
Over 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. No country would have that if they didn't want to develop a nuclear program. And so that is going to be a key issue for Israel and for the international community writ large, to verify that Iran no longer has a nuclear capability. And that's what this war is all about for Israel.
Carly asked the question, or at least highlighted Alex Hogan speaking about the question of why now? We've been talking about Iran potentially weaponizing a nuclear weapon for years now. And based upon your sources in the intel community, because I know you're still really tapped into these folks, was the worry, or can you presume that the worry was from Israel that Iran did get really close or acquired that capability to arm a nuclear weapon that could bring massive death and destruction to Israel?
Of course they'd be able to do it eventually.
Look, Iran is a nuclear threshold state, and so there's a confluence, I think, of events here that we've seen. The United States...
I mean, if you were the crazy people in Iran, would you want to make a nuclear bomb? Abso-fucking-lutely. You're surrounded by enemies. You have some of the most powerful enemies in the entire world. You need some form of mutually assured destruction so you don't get killed. Like, absolutely they're going to try to make a bomb. Obviously, anyone would. Yeah, anybody in their position would do that.
Gave Iran every opportunity to negotiate a way out of this crisis. President Trump had said that he had a roughly 2-month deadline and negotiations had taken place, but it was quite clear that Iran was playing for time and was defiantly opposing any real resolution to this growing crisis. The United States,
I think the implication was that they were just fucking people around to buy for more time with the negotiations, but they never had any intention to negotiate in the first place. And because of that, that's the reason why these attacks happened.
It was willing
or were allowed
to eliminate the sanctions, the onerous sanctions that have crippled Iran's economy in return for Iran giving up their nuclear program, and they never would do that. Simultaneously, Israel had taken out Iran's air defenses April a year ago and has decimated Iran's proxy terrorists, which is a means for Iran to mount retaliatory operations. And so I think Israel
I mean, it's insane. Like, they killed all of the people that were the leaderships of these terrorist organizations. They killed all of them, basically all of them, and all of their icons. And then they took out their fucking Air Force, and now they're bombing the facilities directly, and they're attacking the actual scientists and the military leaders directly and killing them. So it seems like this has been this is a multi-year plan that seems like it's working out in their favor.
Says that this was the last.
Ayatollah. I think that the reason why they haven't killed their main leader, what do you think the probability is that Israel could have killed Khamenei? I think 100%. Guaranteed they could fucking do that. Why did they not do that? Probably because they're afraid that by killing him, it could make him a martyr and it could alienate the country. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know. Yeah, but like that's my best. It's a warning shot. Yeah, it's the optics of it. Yeah, not the right time. Yeah, he's in a bunker. Well, he's in a bunker now.
Best chance to eliminate Iran's nuclear program. This is not something that Israel wanted to do, but I don't think they felt like they had any other choice, that this was an existential threat to Israel. And if you look at some of the strikes that Israel has launched on Iran, it's not just against Iran's nuclear program, it's against their missile capability, their nuclear scientists, as well as the head of the IRGC, Hossein Salami. It's just an extraordinary wave of strikes designed to decimate Iran's, not just their nuclear capability, but also their military writ large.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu said in his address last night, imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable
and
threat.
I think that's actually the reason why it alienated a lot of American watchers by seeing that address, is that I think it bothers a lot of Americans. And this is, again, I'm speaking for people, but this is, again, my vibe check from what I've seen on the internet. I think a lot of people don't like the fact that Israel seems to directly and intentionally propagandize towards the American people in order to make them sympathetic towards Israel by speaking their language, using metaphors that they would understand, like New Jersey, etc. And this alienates, and it puts a lot of people in America on edge because, again, we just got out of a 20-year war in the Middle East. We don't want to go back. And I think that's the way a lot of people feel too. And I think also that this is combined with 2 years now of a lot of coverage of bad things that Israel has done in regards to Palestine as well. So you put all of these things together, and you're going to have a lot of people that are just inherently distrustful and negative towards the Israeli government. You guys see what I'm saying? And I think, and then there's one more element of this I'm not talking about. The last element of it that I think is also extremely important is the fact that, I mean, it seems very, very odd, the amount of politicians that seem to do what Israel wants. I think that there's a lot of people that makes them very uncomfortable. Americans, because it's again, we're acting in the best interest of Israel. AIPAC, yeah, exactly, right? And let me see if I can pull this up and show you guys just as an image for it. And this is it's a bit of a self-report, but and I don't want to derail too much, but I just want to show you guys this because I think that I'm trying to put together the pieces of why this happens. And so you saw this post right here, and this is a post from yesterday that I saw. Prime Minister of Israel, it was also not for nothing that the American administration has taken a step together with us. In recent years, we have promoted laws in most U.S. states which determine that strong action is to be taken against whoever tries to boycott Israel. This is from 2020, and I didn't verify this to be true, so this could be a fake tweet. But either way, you see something like this, and basically them self-reporting that they're trying to advocate for and change our laws intentionally. Right? I mean, and this is going to alienate and bother a lot of Americans because we don't want to be propagandized by a foreign government. I mean, it doesn't matter, it being Israel is irrelevant. I think this is just a universal viewpoint.
And it must be stopped, which is exactly what they're aiming to do in this operation. They've dubbed Operation Rising Lion, that is expected to last for the next 2 weeks. Dan, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks. Have a good
morning.
Is
that accurate, do you guys think?
All right, let's bring in Chief Editor for the Middle East Forum, Jim Hansen. Jim, good morning to you. What is your assessment of the success of this Israeli strike?
Yeah.
It's amazing from my perspective. I don't see how you can look at the amount of damage they've done, the decapitation strikes to their military, taking out a lot of the air defenses so they can do follow-on missions, and apparently no losses of aircraft or anything on their side.
Yeah, it's clean sweep. And honestly, it makes, I mean, I don't know how, if I was an Iranian, I would think my government was full of retards. It's pathetic.
It's a long way from a finished game.
Let's be honest.
This is one heck of a start for Israel to take out the most dangerous enemy in that region.
Jim, is the Ayatollah next on the target list to really facilitate regime change?
I think he has always been on the target list, and I'm sure they went at him last night, and I don't know that he's been seen. So I'm sure if he's alive, he's hiding.
No, they're not. They don't want to kill him. I don't think so. I think they want the people to turn against him, or they just want him to die. I mean, the dude took over. I mean, he had gray hair when he took over. This was like fucking 40 years ago. He's got to be in his 80s, right? He gonna be dead soon. Like, he's 88 years old. Yeah, 86. Yeah, I mean, you know, things like this have a way of working themselves out. So of course they don't want to. Of course they don't want to have that happen.
He may be dead, and he may be a follow-on target. I think what Israel needs to look at right now is how much damage they've done, and they'll get a good look at that during the daylight hours now. Pick their next targets, and go ahead and ensure that whatever Iran does, it remains asymmetric. Iran's not an expeditionary military, so they can attack via what's left of their proxies after Iran took out, or Israel took out most of them. But there's not a lot they can do as far as rolling tanks or anything like that. It'll be terrorist attacks, missile strikes, and drones.
Yeah, the Supreme Leader promising a harsh punishment for the attack, but again, we don't know if that came from a proxy or somebody else writing that.
Yeah, and you know, I was wondering, Jim.
Of course they're going to say that. They're going to say that they're going to wipe out Israel. There's going to be consequences. God's reign is coming, and, you know, he will judge you harshly, and, you know, like the hammer of God. Like, yeah, of course they're going to say all of this stuff. But the fuck? Like, I mean, yeah, you're sliding and talking shit. Like, yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't think people are going to take it that seriously.
You know, we've seen a lot of, over the past few years, protests inside Iran, people inside Iran who also want regime change. So how do you think the Iranian people right now are viewing this strike that took out some military sites and military commanders as well?
The Iranian people do not like their leadership. The amount of support is less than 20 to 25% for the regime.
Jesus. Thank God. Thank God. I'm so glad. And you know what, really? I think this is one of the really big things that's caused this to happen is the fucking internet. It's because these guys from Iran can get on the internet and they can see, and this is all over the world, right? They can get on the internet and they can be like, damn. Wait, what the fuck? And that, I think, changes everything. Except China? Nah, dude, my understanding with China is that people use VPNs in China and they're against the law in China in the same way that weed is against the law in America. Yeah, right.
The rest of the Iranian people understand that the Islamic Republic, the Ayatollahs, have left them behind the rest of the free world. So they wouldn't mind at all to have a change in government. Now, can they get that together based on this and in the chaos that comes? That's possible, and I hope it does happen. I hope that they do change their government.
I will say that if Israel keeps killing their military leaders, eventually they will destabilize the government enough to where the government can no longer govern the people. Eventually that will happen.
The thing that could happen is a succession battle. The supreme leader, if he's alive, is very old and feeble. He's going to die. There's already jockeying for position among the people who think they want to succeed him. If they start scrapping...
And I don't think any of the people that are going to take his position have the same type of figurehead status and, you know, appeal that he did. Everybody there knows him.
And the Iranian people get their game together. We all might be better off with anyone but them in charge in that country.
I'm glad you opened the door to jockeying a position because, yes, they may be happening with regard to the ultimate leader of Iran, but it's also potential for happening with who's in charge of the IRGC because, as we've reported, Salami, who replaced Qasem Soleimani, was killed last night. So, one, is there a name that you are looking for to step up and take that position? But a follow-on question is, who wants that position at this point, knowing that the...
Bro, like, All right. Yeah, so the last two guys got blown up by missile strikes that hit their apartment in a surgical strike that was planned from satellites. Who's next? Who wants to sign up next?
Israelis just wiped out
pepperoni next? Yeah.
Now, basically the top four. Who wants to step up and take that position next?
Yeah, you look at Hezbollah's leadership chart with all those X's over the people who were running that operation. They're all dead. It's like the joke used to be that you don't want to be the number 2 guy for Al Qaeda in Iraq because we kept killing him. I don't know.
Yeah, they just keep getting them.
That anybody wants it, and we heard that there was a strike on a meeting of IRGC leadership, so we don't even know who's left.
Listen to them celebrating extrajudicial killings. Like, I love how you're trying to like intellectualize the idea of killing a literal militaristic terrorist leader. Yeah, I think people are pretty happy whenever they have someone who's a leader of a terrorist organization that oppresses people that gets killed. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that's a bit of a W, guys. Right back. Back. Okay. Sorry about that.
Which would be phenomenal. The more of them who are dead, the less capable the rest will be. And the response from Iran will be, because of that, more splintered and less dangerous. So we're nowhere near out of the woods. This is just the opening salvo in what will be a couple weeks of battle. But it's not going to be a war. It's not going to be a ground war. It's not going to be a forever war or any of those things. And at this point, the U.S. is not involved, and I think Israel is handling its business quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it is really brilliant on the part of the Israelis, if you think about it, Jim, because they didn't just target the nuclear sites or the missiles. It also seems like they pre-planned this, took out the people who would have the power to call for retaliation in an orderly manner. Yep. So clear chaos inside Iran, and
honestly, I bet like if I was in leadership over in Iran, I'd be stressed out. I would be so stressed out. Like, really, I mean, because it's like now it's, oh shit. Now it's you. Like, what do you think's gonna, yeah, who the fuck wants to replace these guys after they keep getting killed every single time? Bro, the US media is crazy, not a single counter argument. This is propaganda level bullshit. Well, I mean, okay, we'll look and see if there's anything from CNN after this. I'm sure they're gonna promote this instead. Let me see here.
What that retaliation looks like. Do you think that this is the most significant move, Jim, that Israel has made since October 7th?
By far. This was always the existential threat, because this was not just a threat to Israel, as some people like to pretend. Having an apocalyptic death cult like the Islamic Republic Ayatollahs in control of nuclear weapons was intolerable for the free world. So,
yeah, I think everybody agrees on that. I think even the people that might not like want to help them do the strike, they're glad it happened.
They could have hit Israel, they could have hit us, they could have just basically any nuclear detonation anywhere throws the world into chaos. So yes, Israel has done the world a favor. We're a safer place right now, even with the chaos and the danger that's going to come because of this, just by having slowed this down. And they're not going to be able to rebuild it, because as soon as they start rebuilding, Israel will have more bombs and will take them out again if they have to.
Yeah, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday said, remember,
at a certain point, they want to rebuild it, just get bombed again.
Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan, which was a very good reminder on the part of the Prime Minister. Jim Hansen live for us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, Israel is the death call. Well, Israel has a Samson
I'm Steve
option.
Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm not saying I agree with them on this, right? I'm not saying this is. I don't think it's a death cult or anything. I just think they're a bunch of crazy psychos. Like, that's it. I mean, I don't think there's any. Is there really a lot of argument there? I mean, that the people that are doing this are psychos? I mean, they obviously are. Let me see if I can pull this up and find it. The fucking thing isn't loading. Give me a second. I can see if I can find any more of these. But, yeah, I mean, it seems like, it seems like, I mean, this is from CNN, too. I mean, I'll look at what CNN says, but, yeah. It seems like even CNN is saying this. The far left thinks CNN is compromised. What do you mean? Yeah, they want the nukes so they can be like North Korea? Well, I don't know about that. You know, psychos shouldn't be in charge of nuclear weapons? Yeah, fuck that, man. Israel ambassador speaking in front of UN Assembly? Let me see if I can pull that up and find it myself. And if that's the case, I can look at it. But it looks like it's not. I don't know where any of this is. If it is there, it's not on any of the live news at all. And so if there's information for this, you'd have to show it to me. Check MSNBC. Yeah, sure. And Sky News. Let me see if I can pull up Sky News and find it myself. Where the fuck did it go? I've got so many of these pages open, I kind of lose. Is this it? Oh, yeah, here it is.
This council has convened countless times in recent months.
Yeah, this is it.
You have passed resolutions, called for restraint.
So this is the...
You met in emergency sessions when Hamas was under threat. But when Iran marched toward nuclear capability, you said nothing. When they crossed line after line, you drew none of your own. So we acted.
Yeah, he's speaking for Israel.
Our people live. We acted so that Jewish children in Jerusalem will not wake up to the sound of air raid sirens triggered by a nuclear launch. We acted so that Iranian missiles will not carry radioactive payloads into civilian neighborhoods. We acted because history has taught us that silence is complicity and hesitation is fatal. We acted because 80 years ago, the Jewish people made a promise to ourselves, never again. That promise applies to a nuclear holocaust as well. This was an act of national preservation. It was one we undertook alone, not because we wanted to, but because we were left no other option.
So they said they did it alone.
We now turn to this council.
The U.S.
Not for permission, but for recognition. Recognition that Israel did what the world should have done. Recognition that the Iranian regime violated every obligation they ever undertook. Recognition that Israel had the undeniable right and duty to defend its people from extermination. We urge the Council to condemn Iran's nuclear violations. We urge the Council to finally acknowledge the existential threat Iran poses to the world. We urge the Council to join us in our commitment to prevent their genocidal dreams from becoming a reality. But we also expect something even more basic.
What's that?
Moral clarity. Stop equating aggressors with defenders. Stop treating a genocidal regime and a democracy under siege as two sides of the same coin.
I think he's right about that.
The Iranian regime was preparing for war. This war would have stretched across the Middle East, to Europe, to Asia, to the Americas.
Maybe.
It would have been against the international order. We acted to prevent a threat that would endanger not only Israel, but the entire world. We will not sit quietly while our people are targeted. Not again, not ever. Empty words will not stop Iran. Israel will. We did not wait for the bomb to fall, and we will never allow that day to come. Thank you.
Well, there it is.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Iraq.
شكرا جزيلا السيدة رئيسة المجلس.
Oh, he did just tweet out.
لعقد هذه الجلسة.
To our request convening this session, I'd like to thank the USG and the Director General of the IEA for their briefings.
I mean, I'll play this. So they just posted this. Life will definitely become bitter for them. So they're out there posting this shit. This is Iran's military. We have never been the initiators of conflicts or confrontations with anyone. Okay.
برخورد به درگیری با این و اون نبودیم، اما اگر چنانچه کسی خباثت کنه و شروع کنه بدانه که سیری‌های سختی خواهد بود. زندگی برای آنها تب خواهد شد بدون فکر نکنند که زدن.
Are they going to show the footage of the missiles just getting shot down and not doing anything?
و تمام شد. نه.
You got one. Yep. Keep in mind, these are 3 different points of view of the same missile. Okay? This is the same missile with just different shots. You've got to hand it to them, though. At least they're not playing video game footage, right? It could be worse. Bro, like so they put this all they put this together today. Let me see if they have any more of these. Oh shit, give me a minute. I hit the wrong one. Okay, where is this? Fuck, did it go? And nice cosplay. No. Let me see if I can pull it up and find their military. And this is they made like one other video, and it was literally just they did this one too. This is, I guess they put this out an hour ago. Bro. This is from the official Iran military, I'm pretty sure. Iraq, yeah. Wow. Man, so they got they got their social media guy working overtime, I guess, making up this shit. And so it's old footage. Yeah, I know. Again, credit to them. They're not using video game footage. It could be worse. And let's see if I can find any more of these here too. And there's one more. I don't know if I can watch this one. Let me go back and just make sure that, yeah, this is the other one that they showed too. They've got one more. This is them blowing up. I don't really... Jesus. Another music edit? Yeah, bro, they're putting out these music videos like crazy. This has been like 3 in one day. music choice though. It's all right. So the videos they're okay. You know. Would they make this in Windows Movie Maker? I think they got this put together on Windows Movie Maker.
Justified the operation as a fight for his country's very existence.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Light.
I've seen this 50 fucking times. I'm not trying to see this again. Let me see if I can pull something else up.
Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's a former White House coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa.
The
Brett,
video
it's
games
really good to see you this morning. You
yet.
were on last night just as this was beginning to unfold, even before we knew what targets were hit, who was killed, and how far this wave went. You know more about strategy here and the players here than most anyone. What is your view on this Israeli attack on Iran this morning?
Okay, I'd make 3 points.
Just because Iran sucks doesn't mean you should fall for Israel propaganda? Well, you realize that like the videos that I just played were Iranian propaganda videos, right? Like they weren't they were not. You know that, right? Like it said Iran military.
The Israelis are calling this Operation Rising Lion. I would call it Operation Kitchen Sink. As you've been reporting, as Sarah just reported, this is airstrikes, sabotage, Mossad, an incredibly extensive operation that is still ongoing. It has eliminated in a single night the entire military command structure of Iran. I just cannot underestimate how significant this is. The head of Iran's military, General Bagheri, the head of their missile and drone program, General Hajizadeh, the head of their National Security Council, Ali Shamkhani, former head but really still acted in that role, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Hussein Salami, who organizes all the proxy groups across the Middle East, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others through the Quds Force. So incredible. Second point, this shows just total intelligence dominance and penetration by Israel into Iran. And that really limits...
It's embarrassing, honestly. Like, shit's embarrassing.
What Iran can do in response here.
Yeah.
The people who would have met this morning to figure out how to respond are all dead. And there will be no surprise. Israel will know clearly exactly what Iran is going to do. I think they'll be ready for it. There will be a response, but the ability of the Iranians to organize a coordinated response is significantly degraded. I think those saying
How can Iran put out that video after this? Bro, we're 2 hours away from Iran declaring that they won. What do you mean?
Lead to an uncontrollable Middle East war. I think that's really overheated because Iran has just been significantly degraded here, and Israel clearly knows what's coming. Third point, importantly, why is this happening? I have to say, I lived through this. October 7th and the Hamas attack into Israel changed the strategic equation in the Middle East. Iran made a fateful decision after that to join in the attack against Israel, lighting up Hezbollah, the Houthis, all the proxies in Syria and Iraq to attack Israel, and twice launching massive attacks from Iran into Israel. And Israel made clear after October 7th, it will no longer ever allow threats to fester. That's really what this is all about. And what happened in the last...
Yeah, they don't want to let things turn into a problem that they have to solve later on. And so you need more knowledge. You're showing bias. Are you happy that children get killed by Israel? I love how this is the person that's accusing me of being biased. Are you happy that kids are dead? What do you want me to what do you want me to talk about or think about that you think that I'm not getting into? What is it? Do you think he dropped his gay card? Maybe he did. I'm curious what it is. Because like I just need to because a lot of people like saying this, right? A lot of people like saying this, but like it doesn't mean anything. You are only watching one side. What video do you want me to watch? Here, find the title of a video you want me to watch that's from the other side. As long as it's not like an hour long, I'll watch it after this, okay? Find me a title of the video. We're going to finish this first, though.
10 days is Iran significantly ramped up its nuclear program. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, found just flagrant violations by Iran in meeting its obligations. And just finally, in Vienna on Thursday, 19 countries found Iran in violation of its nuclear commitments.
All 19 of the countries are lying, and they're all conspiring against Iran. And Iran didn't do anything wrong, and they were all wrong. Nobody knows what they're talking about except for Iran. The nuclear, no, this was not it at all. This was this was all a conspiracy against them. Yeah, for sure, guys.
First time that's happened in 20 years. So the choices Iran made here were just massive miscalculations. So that's the backdrop, and I can't say exactly how this is going to play out, but that is basically led to this extraordinary operation by the Israelis into Iran.
You were involved in helping prepare Israel's defense after Iran launched its massive attack in October. What is the president's national security team doing right now? President Trump's national security team, he's set to meet in the Situation Room with them at 11 a.m. this morning. What's going on behind the scenes?
Isn't it weird that Trump hasn't really said anything about this? Like, I would have expected him to be like, I would have expected him to be live twice by now. It's actually surprising and like a little bit like confusing that he hasn't gone out and said anything about it. He tweeted, but that's it.
Well, fortunately, we lived through in April of last year a massive attack, 170 drones, 120 ballistic missiles, 30 cruise missiles launched from Iran against Israel. That attack was defeated. In October, Iran launched 200 ballistic missiles against Israel. I was in the Situation Room for that. It takes 13 minutes for a missile to be launched from Iran to Israel, only a limited window to shoot them down and deflect them. Both the defenses in both those incidents were highly effective. Our military structure through CENTCOM, it's all the same people. They know exactly what they're doing, and I am sure that is all being put in place now. But I have to say, it's going to be very difficult for Iran to organize a response like this. I think they are all probably in bunkers.
Well, they don't want to, nobody, I bet probably over there, they're like, who wants to be in charge? Not me. No, bro, like, don't put my picture up there. Fuck that.
Waiting for the other shoe to drop.
No, I want to be demoted.
I know, I'm certain we are getting ready, and we will help defend Israel. I think the president made that clear. That is absolutely right. We are not involved in this direct attack, but we will help defend Israel.
New missiles in Iran right now? If I get a few more people confirming it, I'll check over, but right now it's just you spamming.
And those preparations are underway, and it's fortunate, again, I lived through this, I helped coordinate the defense twice last year, so we very much know how to do this.
When it comes to the retaliation, and as you seem to be describing, Brett, that response from Iran this time might be very different from what we have seen in the past because of how crippling this attack was and how crippled they have become, and how deeply Israeli intelligence has penetrated into Iran. What we've heard from Iran ahead of this was that Iran will vow to strike U.S. targets in the region in the event of any attack on its nuclear program. The line from the defense minister recently was, if a conflict is imposed on us, all U.S. bases are within our reach, and we will boldly target them in host.
I believe that if I see it. If they do that, they're basically, they're signing their death warrant if they do that. Like, really. Because if they attack a U.S. embassy at this point, they're shown to be so weak. I mean, they can't even handle Israel. They're done.
Countries.
We would nuke them? No, we wouldn't nuke them. We just do the same thing that Israel did, but a lot more. I wouldn't want to nuke them. Absolutely not. No, because you're gonna have to deal with the people that live there after that. No, just kill their leadership and then move on.
What do you make of that in the light of today, of what we're seeing here?
So they have that option, and they might try. I think if they do, then I think that brings the Americans in a very significant way. And that'll make the situation even worse for Iran, and I think they know that. Something here is significant, Kate. After that October attack I mentioned, Israel did launch some airstrikes into Iran, unprecedented. They took out all of Iran's strategic air defenses. To this day, Iran has not responded to that. Iran is in a very, very
We have that many military in the Middle East right now?
very weak position. But listen, they will respond.
Why?
They will try to muster a significant response. I think their ability to do so is limited, but there will be a response. We are not out of this at all.
World police.
And I think we have to make sure, if I was in the White House right now, number one, protection of Americans. What are our facilities? What are our protections? What are our defenses? That is point number one. Second, helping the Israelis defend themselves against what's coming.
No, they
and also having visibility into what the Israelis are still planning, because this is very much ongoing. I would say one final point, Kate, just the nuclear program. This does not take out all of Iran's nuclear facilities, most likely. Iran still has that card. They could try to push rapidly for a nuclear weapon. I think that would be, again, a strategic miscalculation. But this has some.
All their guys are dead. I mean, like they that's not going to happen. I mean, like, there's no way that's going to happen. It's impossible.
Place to go.
Yeah.
More on the breaking news. Israel is warning it will continue its game-changing assault on Iran after damaging the regime's nuclear and military.
So people are saying that they're going to bomb, like Israel's bombing them again now. Is that true?
Capabilities. I'm joined now by Dan Senor. He is a former Romney campaign foreign policy advisor, co-author of two books on Israel, and the host of the very popular podcast, Call Me Back. Thank you so much for being here, Dan.
Yes.
First, I want to get your big picture takeaway about the moment we're in. It feels different for a lot of reasons.
1 minute left on this video.
Yeah, for two big reasons, I would say. One is, if you go back up to October 7th, 2023, my biggest concern about October 7th was not just that Israel felt shattered, and Israeli society felt shattered, an extraordinary human catastrophe, although that was paramount on all of our minds. But from a strategic level, Israel was perceived to be in the region to be a paper tiger. And if you look at so much of the gains Israel had made diplomatically, geopolitically in the region, the Abraham Accords, path towards Saudi normalization, so much of that was about Israeli strength.
Can you explain why Israel can have nuclear weapons, but Iran can't? Yeah, because Israel is our ally and Iran isn't. That's the reason.
These other, you know, enemies of Israel or former enemies of Israel or future friends of Israel, however you want to explain in the region, or skeptics of Israel, wanted to partner with Israel because Israel is viewed as so strong militarily from an intelligence standpoint. And suddenly Israel on October 7th looked like a paper tiger. And I think you saw a lot of players in the region pulling back from Israel. That's all going to be changing. And you saw some of that, obviously, with the pager attack against Hezbollah and the way Israel systematically took out Hezbollah and Nasrallah, what Israel has done to Hamas. And now, this operation we're witnessing over the last 24 hours, I think you're seeing a transformation in the Middle East and Israel's relationship in the region. I don't think we've seen any kind of transformation like this since, I'd say, the Israeli Six-Day War in 1967.
Man, Pakistan isn't our ally? Yeah, I guess so. We say we stay out of it and let them turn each other. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what's happening, right? And people are saying that Israel is bombing them again right now. Is this true? I mean, I don't know if it is or not. People are just bringing that up right now. And I'm going to go ahead and see. I'm trying to find out if there's any information about this. Where can I find it? Israel-Iran attack. Let me see if I can pull it up. 2 hours ago. This is 16 hours ago. This is 8 hours ago. I'm not seeing anything new. And yeah, do we have any information about this? Check latest. Well, I don't want to do that because it could come up with like some weird stuff. So I'm just holding out on doing that. CNN 20 minutes ago. Sure. Let me go back and find it, okay, guys? This might take me a couple of minutes. I apologize, but, you know, we're doing our best. Okay, and let me see here. So it looks like CNN hasn't made any posts at all about this. So where are you guys getting that information? I'm actually quite confused because I'm not seeing that anywhere. Yeah, where is this? I literally live in Tehran. I've been hearing anti-air missile sounds for about an hour now. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, let me see if I can pull this up. And let's see here. Vicegrad account on Twitter. Okay. Let me see if I can pull that up again and see if I can pull it up. Sorry, there's so many things. Just be patient with me, okay? Because a lot of things happening, and I'm trying to aggregate all of it. Oh shit, it's happening literally right now. Israel launches precision strikes against Iranian military targets. Iran launches ballistic missiles at Israeli population centers. The difference is clear. Israeli airstrikes are now hitting targets in the Ladazan neighborhood of Tehran. So they are, okay, so they are hitting them. Okay, chatter wasn't lying. No, I mean, listen, you can't post a link, but you can post the title of something that you want me to look up, okay? That's what you can do. And the reason why is just so nobody gets phishing, you know, like, is this it? Is he pulling this up? I'm gonna see what they're saying now. And I don't know if there's anything else really about this at all. I think that's not really a good indicator. Let me see if I can pull this up too. And Vicegrad is unbiased. Well, I don't know about being unbiased. I'm just saying in general. Let me see if I can pull it up here. And BBC News has it, does it? Let me see here. And okay, I think it's not loading again. I feel like I'm running so many streams at the same time. Maybe it's going to be causing problems that way. And yeah, tab is crashing. Okay, give me a second, guys. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here. I think maybe I need to restart my PC if I have all these streams running all the time, because it seems like there's a lot of yeah, reports of new Israeli strikes on Tehran. So there is new information about this. It's just that it's taking some time to come out. I'm gonna see if I can find it in a few other places.
It was
By Iran, yeah, this is all the same stuff. There's nothing that's new here besides that. So Israel is attacking Iran again. Holy shit. Fetus has a video of it. Well, yeah, if anybody has a video you want me to look at, go ahead and no videos so far, just reports from the locals. Okay, well, as soon as you guys have a link to, like, just tell me what place to look up, and I can do that and look at it. Google Live Viewing Map? I don't know how to do that, so that's why I'm not doing it right now.
I still have no updates.
Don't forget the guy you pulled up? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So what do you want me to look at? Let me get one.
Iranian missiles were fired in Israel.
Okay, yeah, he still doesn't have a video he wants me to watch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, I feel like if you need to, if it's that hard for you to find any sort of sympathetic journalism of like this other side, I think that isn't that a bit of a self-report? Nick Fuentes on Iranian media? Oh my God. Well, why am I not surprised? I think I've got a feeling that, like, you know, maybe an idea why that might be happening. Yeah, and it's international. Well, I mean, yesterday I saw a little bit, like, people kept spamming me his channel. They were, like, DMing it to me. And on Rumble, he had, like, 50K viewers yesterday. Like, it was a very, very big show for Nick yesterday. And so, you know, I mean, I'm not surprised that a lot of people are talking about it.
A quick thank you to...
He's a fucking Nazi? Okay, well, there are 50 people watching a Nazi then. I'm not going to argue. What do you want me to argue with you about if he's a Nazi or not? Yeah, send it to one of my mods. If you want me to, if you have a link of like any of this new information, send it to me and then I can show it. Because right now there's no new information about this at all. And I'm trying to find it myself. You can't make link. You cannot do links in chat. They get automatically deleted. Iran launched multiple ballistic missiles. IDF won't allow it. Yeah, that's not it. Sirens sounding in the area of Negev due to the infiltration of hostile aircraft. Oh, so they're trying to get Faytux news? Okay. A lot of people are typing that. Actually, it's probably the same guy typing the same thing. But I'm going to pull it up. Okay, so what's this?
Also, Chris Hackett, Twitch, and Bubba.
Okay, so we might actually have something here. Large explosion. So the city of Elam looks to be targeted for the first time. Locals reported explosions there earlier. Israel continues to expand its attacks against Iran. So Israel is already attacking Iran again. This is only a 5-second clip. And again, a lot of this is, keep in mind, like whenever I'm looking at any of this right now, it's all super unconfirmed, you know, uncertain. Sources tell Al Hadith that at least 40 Israeli jets have entered Iraqi airspace heading towards Iran.
مصادر الحدث الآن تتحدث عن دخول أكثر من 40 مقاتلة إسرائيلية للأجواء العراقية باتجاه إيران في هذه اللحظات. ما يعني
nothing ever happens. Bros are not having a good day today. I'll tell you that.
أن هناك جولة جديدة.
Seems like a lot of happening today.
العمليات
a whole lot of happening.
ردا على الرد الإيراني الذي حصل قبل ساعات من
Something happened, yeah. 40 that they can see. Wait a second, we might actually have a link. So we've got one right here. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Thanks, Cryptic, for that. And let me see if I can get it. Where the hell did it go? I think this one here. Air defense is activated in Tehran to intercept new Israeli strikes. Iran state media. Okay. Says air defenses in the capital have been activated amidst a new wave of Israeli attacks. Just one day after strikes targeted Iran's nuclear sites and military command, Israeli Army radio has confirmed that Israel is once again striking targets inside of Iran. Multiple videos circulating online show Iranian air defenses confronting missiles. Arma 3? You think so? Maybe it's Arma 4. Yeah, just keep the links coming, guys. Really appreciate it. Holy shit, that's a big one. Okay, let me... So this is all from Iran right now. Holy fuck, look at that. Okay, we've got another one right here. And this just happened 2 hours ago. Translating post, a video purporting to show the moment Iran targeted the Israeli Defense Ministry. Oh, no, I think that we saw this one. Didn't we see this one? I believe that we did. Yeah, this is an old video from just a little bit ago. Like maybe a couple of hours ago. Main points Iran statement. Iran says Israel carried out a series of premeditated military attacks. Full intelligence and political support from the United States. Strongly and unequivocally condemned and called it a barbaric and criminal attack. Assassinations of several military officials. He described the killings as deliberate and systematic, calling them not only illegal but inhuman. I mean, I don't think that's really inhuman. I mean, if you blow somebody up with a missile, I feel like there's a lot worse ways to go than that. Speaking of that, it reminds me, does this guy have a video for me to look at? No, still no video. You know, again, it's always interesting for the people that have, you know, these viewpoints and that want to argue about this. Then when I ask them, you know, okay, well, like, what's your, what other information do you have you want me to look at? There's nothing ever there. I mean, there's more here. Oh, this is more of it right now. It's happening as I speak. Like, as we speak, it's happening. Wow. Well, they got it. Damn, shot down. I wonder if that's a jet or that's a what do you call it? That's a jet or that's a missile. I don't know. And so this is, oh, this is the senator. This is the guy that went to El Salvador to meet the human trafficker, wife beater, pedo. I don't think we really need to spend a whole lot of time listening to him. So let's see what else is what else is going on. I'll see if they've got any more footage for this right now. It seems like there's not a lot. And where is it here? Senator Dumbass number 1? Well, yeah, one of many. Looks like there's nobody's even talking about this yet. I wonder why. It seems to me it's always odd that in a lot of cases, it seems like media takes quite a while to be able to report on this stuff. And I don't know if, like, maybe they're trying to, like, make sure that they're accurate, but, like, it seems like the frequency of that is pretty slow. They're confirming? Yeah. And, like, to be fair, I mean, they need to actually verify it, which, yeah, that's true. For me, I'm like, yeah, maybe this happened. I don't know, guys. Oh, it's from a video game? Okay, never mind. Okay, let's go to the next one. So, like, yeah, Iran launches retaliatory... What is this?
I need about 5 minutes. Literally all I've had to eat today is a banana. I'm not joking. The way the day kind of was crazy, and I had to run on the air to...
Yeah, he started about the same time I did.
Without my tie, as crazy as that. I don't know that I've ever done that before on this channel. I did not have my tie on, but I had to get on the air as fast as I could to make sure we were covering the missiles covering it. So I just want to have a bowl of cereal. I literally want to go eat a bowl of cereal. That's what I want to do. So then I can make some food later, but I just want to have a bowl of cereal. So I...
Understood. Yeah, I definitely get that. And so what is this here? I'll see if I can pull it.
It's such a dangerous moment in the region.
And so as we're continuing to see those images come in as well from Tehran, we also want to put up a little bit more of what we're seeing right now in Israel, because they're the one...
We're not seeing any new information about this. I'm going to search this off stream myself.
From their paramedic services saying that 34 people have been wounded in the rocket attacks on the Tel Aviv area, including a woman who was critically injured after being trapped under rubble. So we're still seeing those emergency services on the ground, showcasing that this is really an active situation in the region.
Okay.
That's exactly right. And I think the question's really...
We've got one that I can show you guys.
Are we going to see... Is this just the first of multiple rounds of an Iranian retaliation? It's not clear.
Well, it's going to be back and forth, obviously,
Iran
right?
has sustained in Israel's
There's
attacks.
This one here.
How much has its ballistic missile capability?
Let me go back. I'll pull this up right now. You guys can see it. Seen from Baristan, just out of Ifistan, intense Iranian air defense activity. So this is, I guess, the Iranian air defense against what I'm assuming is the Israel attacks right now. Early warning radars spot jets and missiles as they're getting launched. The estimated flight time is 2 hours from Israel to Iran. So you can hear the alarm, but 2 hours till strike. Do you think, don't you think attacking nuclear sites can cause a new Chernobyl? My understanding with how nuclear radiation works is that the way that the nuclear radiation occurred after the bombs basically, like the way that nuclear energy has progressed a lot. And like the nuclear bombs, even now that we use, don't have the same radiation effects that they did 50 years ago. Like, that's my understanding. And again, like, I've only read this. I don't know this. Because they're like hydrogen bombs or something like that. Yeah, it depends. But I don't know, wrong, it's worse. Check off stream first. Okay, sure. Let me pull this up. Holy fuck. Yeah, I guess we can probably watch this. Yeah. Yeah, here's one right here. I think this is okay to watch. And so this happened, let's see, literally 8 minutes ago. Or at least it was uploaded 8 minutes ago. Hydrogen bomb, more power but nearly zero radiation. Yeah, that's my understanding. But again, I'm not. I don't know. This is only things that I've seen this on a YouTube Shorts and like I've read it on tweets. So I don't really know that. I'm just repeating what I've heard. This is in let's see here. Yeah, this is in Israel. Tucker's trending. Read his post. Sure. Yeah, I'll look and see what he says. Tucker Carlson. What's he up to? What's he getting into? The real divide isn't between people who support Israel and people who support Iran or Palestinians. The real divide is between those who casually encourage violence and those who seek to prevent it. Between warmongers and peacemakers. Who are the warmongers? They would include anyone who's calling Donald Trump today to demand airstrikes and any other direct military involvement in a war with Iran. On that list, Sean Hannity, bro, he's calling out. He's calling out bro, that's his old boss. Oh, damn. On that list, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, Ike Perlmutter, and Miriam Adelson. At some point, they will all have to answer for this, but you should know their names now. Wow. Yeah. A Nazi like Nick can be 100% right sometimes. I don't know if I agree with that completely, but like, why are we enemies with Iran in the first place? I think that's a very, very good point, and this is one of the reasons why, this is my viewpoint on it, and I've said this, oil. I think that Israel is justified in attacking Iran. I don't think that we are. Like, whenever I see Israel attacking them, it's like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, you guys have had trouble with them forever, but like, I don't want us to be involved. How? Because Iran's talked about bombing and killing everybody in Israel and getting rid of Israel. I mean, like, if somebody said that about the U.S., I think there'd be a lot of people in the U.S. that would want them to be gotten rid of, you know? And so, yeah, it's that simple. They chant death to the USA. Yeah, but they do that. But this is my opinion, okay? I think that they do that because we're supporting Israel. I think that if the U.S. were decoupled with Israel, Iran would not be focusing on trying to blow us up from the other side of the world whenever they're surrounded by enemies. I don't know. That's insane. No, it's not. I mean, they have it. Why? It's partially true. I mean, no way. They're authoritarian. It's our ideals, man. I know that. But like, what I'm saying is that they already have problems with people that are in the fucking area themselves. Bro, they want to convert anyone who isn't Islamic. It has nothing to do with Israel. They hate you either way. It's not whether they, like, that's fine. They can hate us, but they're on the other side of the fucking world. Do they pose an existential threat? In an abstract, yes. Immediately, no. But again, with nuclear weapons, that changes. That's the difference. I don't know. I feel like that's the most balanced way you can see this. I'm sure some people are going to disagree, but that's what I think. I'm going to refresh this and see if there's any other information. They see it the same way on their side? Yeah, definitely. I'm from Syria, ask me whatever, and fuck both of them. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. A theocratic dictatorship cannot have nukes? Yeah. You're woefully ignorant on Islam and its nuances? I mean, I'm not, like, Iran saying that 78 people have been martyred. I hate that. Them saying that they've been martyred. Like, what are you talking about being martyred? They're dead. Like, I mean, how do you even know that all those people are religious to begin with? Like, it's just, I hate that language because it, like, somehow justifies it or it makes it okay. It's a death cult? Yeah, it's like, that's literal death cult language. Iranian air defense batteries are firing continuously in Tehran's Pastor neighborhood where Supreme Leader... Oh. Oh, they might actually be trying to kill the main guy. Wow. So I don't, I mean, I thought that they got that guy out of there though, right? Israeli military said hostile aircraft that triggered anti-air sirens, and yeah, no, we already saw that. That was from before. In Tehran are hearing sounds of explosions and air defense missiles early hours. The 47-year-old engineer says the explosions are relentless and her family's been unable to sleep. So Israel is bombing them again. It just seems like nobody has any footage of that, which is really weird. Like, there's literally no footage at all right now of the bombing that's happening over there. Main guy roached in the bunker in the suburbs? Yeah, I mean, well, no, I thought that guy was, like, gone. Like, because I thought he got moved to, like, a safe place or something like that. That's what I heard, or that's what I read, at least. I mean, I could have been wrong, but, like, that's certainly what I remember, like, reading yesterday. Isn't internet blocked in Iran right now? They don't have internet? Well, some of them do. I mean, because we've been getting some footage coming out of there. It just seems like not a whole lot. I'll see if there's anything else that's happening, but I don't know if I can find anything else right now. I think we're just waiting to get some actual footage. Starlink, baby? Yeah, exactly. Like, they could have Starlink or something like that, definitely. Do you need to fight wars in the abstract in order to prevent wars in immediacy, or should you wait for it to happen? Curious on your take. It's a case-by-case basis. I don't think you should make decisions for that one way or another. And what is this here? A Zionist rat, stunned and bleeding, stumbles through. It's just, bro, like... Jesus, man. Like, goddamn. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Like, how do you do that? And crash out? Yeah, it's literally a it's literally just like a random civilian that got hit with this. Like, that's awful. I don't even know why you would post that. I'm just waiting to see if there's going to be any footage for this at all. But there's no footage right now. Iran live UA map. What is this here? So this is apparently a map that's showing what's happening. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay. How does... Are you sure? A lot of stuff going on in the world. You can't deny anything's possible. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that Iran DDoSed me. Okay, like it's funny to think about that and to meme about it, but I don't necessarily think that's what's happening. Okay. But let me go back and I'll see if I can find any more information about this too. I'm from Tel Aviv. Get me up for questions if you want. Well, let's see. I don't know. Is this really true? Yeah, I mean, it seems like this guy. Yeah, I mean, this guy's talking a lot about Middle Eastern shit, and so, like, it's probably true. So, like, are there bombs going off? Like, what the fuck is going on over there? Is that true or not?
So, this morning, I believe this is when this video I'm going to show you is when Iran launched around 100.
Yeah, is that happening or not?
Israel. So, this is video from earlier today of an Iranian ship intercepting a Navy ship.
Yeah, I think. Wait, do we see this?
Sorry, not an Israeli ship intercepting.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say. I think that we did see this part. Did they have a hoard toilet paper like Americans? So some missiles landed around military zones, but also many civilians got hurt. Were the missiles being shot down by, like, anti-air systems the same as, like, Israel had, or not? And also, by the way, keep this in mind, this could literally be a troll, okay? Like, we're gonna take this guy at his word, but just keep that in mind. Sicilians? No, I mean, English isn't his first language. He's Iranian. Like, I mean, let's not meme on this guy.
They said a Navy missile ship.
Like, what are we doing?
5 drones launched from Iran this morning.
He's in Israel?
A quick thank you to...
Jesus. Fuck, why do I keep doing that?
So much to Shaper. LOL.
It's the Tehran and Tel Aviv. I get it fucking confused. I do. It's T-E. I fucking, yeah, dyslexic. I'm a fucking idiot. I misgendered them. I know, I did.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay. Dyslexic moment. Yes, I'm a moron. Okay.
Thank you so much.
So civilians got hurt. I'm such an idiot. Many missiles were taken down. Around 110 came through and passed defensives. 90% ratio is pretty fucking good, man. Definitely is. You're human?
Hey,
yeah.
Thanks to Sven Shaper, David Murphy.
We still don't have any new information about these new attacks at all.
Mike Jones,
I'm trying to pull up anything that I can.
Trish TX71, Two-Step 82, Dennis Kennedy.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Video of Israeli Arrow 3 interceptors carrying out exo-atmospheric hits in space, destroying Iranian ballistic missiles about 100 kilometers above Earth. The war, bro, actual fucking Space Force shit. Are you kidding me? Now, I'm not gonna... Does this... Bro. The Jewish space lasers. Oh my god. Motherfucker. Like, Dude. Okay, look at Trump's Truth Social post. Okay, let me get to this first though, okay? This is in space? Audio's not equalized. Apologies for that. So exo-atmospheric means that they're outside of the atmosphere. I mean, that's what the word would imply, correct? Skin and Bones with 50 subs, thank you very much. Yes, it is. And so, like, if it's... Oh my god. Hypersonic? Yeah. And that's nonsense. Can't say that stuff in space. Just from those images. Yeah, it's hard to say. 50 cents. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you all very much for the giftage and everything. Thank you guys very much. And what is this here? And wasted money? Yeah, I'm not sure. They can speak and liberate. Yeah, we're trying to fix the kick chat and make sure everybody can talk in there too.
Yes.
It's been a little bit of an issue, but things are improving and we're getting better, so it's all right. It's filmed out of water. Iran doesn't have hypersonic. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see here. But there's no new information about this at all.
Oh.
Let me go back and double check and refresh to see if there's any new information.
For me, it's very exciting. One of me is the big impact.
Let's see. What is this?
The world is awaiting Iran's response to Israel's recent operations against Iran's nuclear program. While the Islamists in Tehran, like the supreme leader, are making reckless threats to Israel and the United States, the operation seems to be a great success. An unprecedented historic
old.
success.
Yeah, I just haven't seen this
The
before.
operation was far more than anybody could have imagined. Over 200 Israeli aircraft have executed a precision but expansive operation in multiple waves, targeting IRGC leadership, the commander of the Air Force, the General Staff, 6 nuclear scientists, Iranian nuclear enrichment site.
I just had a really bad idea. What if we confirmed with a few of the people that are having this happen on the back end, and we were able to get them to live stream and show what's happening actually on the ground floor and talk to them as it's happening as viewers? I bet we could do that. We can't. All right, I'm gonna. A terrible idea. Because like they could do it through Discord, and then we could reroute it onto the streaming PC. They'd be murdered for treason. Well, of course nobody would be doing it. We would not allow anybody to do it in a country that would, you know, punish them for showing it, right? Because I would view that as unethical. But like anybody else, you need to add delay. Yeah, I actually think that would be a and also, by the way, I don't think they would really be able to find the information if we hid the data here. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't that against TOS? Fuck it. I mean, I feel like, again, we have the political tag on. I mean, obviously, if something bad happens, like if you're IRL streaming and somebody gets hurt and you record it, that doesn't mean you automatically get banned because you weren't trying to record that happening. So logically, if you're watching somebody else's IRL stream and something bad happens, it doesn't mean that you automatically get banned as long as you don't show anything. So I think that's actually a really good idea, and we could have like viewers come in and confirm, and that way we could be certain about this, and then have like I wonder actually if we could do this. Because like the reason why is that it's kind of frustrating for me right now, because I'm trying to find information about this and it's really hard to find anything that is accurate. And so, what is this? US says it helped intercept missiles.
Missile launches in Iran were also targeted.
Let me see who this person is.
Mid-morning, Iran launched 100 drones towards
Discord team?
Israel,
Yeah.
but they were all shot down before they reaced Israeli airspace.
Delay? Yeah.
In an extraordinary covert operation, Mossad spies operating deep inside Iran took out ballistic missile sites from the ground,
yeah,
using their
saw
own drones smuggled into the country in preparation.
More missiles,
Israel has warned that the operation
if you can verify and vet them, that way you avoid putting them in danger of doxing themselves.
It is a dangerous moment for the Middle East.
The locally official can be referenced by mods.
Is on edge, but Iran.
Give me like a day to think about that.
Is coming to its defense.
Incoming new missiles towards Israel.
De-escalation.
New missiles towards Israel. Is that accurate? Oops, sorry about that. I went to the wrong one.
Haifa? No, that's not Haifa.
We're trying to find it.
Hang on. That's Haifa. Oh, you'll see it Haifa in a second.
Remember Trump Truth Social? Oh, thanks. I forgot about that.
Okay, that's Haifa in Jerusalem. Haifa and Jerusalem there. And I'm trying to get a Tel Aviv one.
Let me pull up.
I can get you a Tel Aviv one. I think. But I don't have
No
the
tweet.
Reuters
I
Tel
don't know why.
Aviv one is down for the moment. So
Yeah, there's no
that is
information
two
at
of
all
them.
here.
The main one is Haifa.
One dead in Tel Aviv,
There
by the
are
way.
more missiles have been launched.
Do you feel like a duty
IDF
to
says
report this because the
missiles
media isn't?
incoming.
Oh, wait.
Missiles incoming.
76 dead in Iran. Wow.
Okay, so new missiles coming right now.
I live in Haifa. We just got a
Breaking
warning
news.
missiles are headed our way.
I should have, right now, I should have a stream from Tel Aviv. Not the best one.
Okay. That's in
because
Israel.
that is happening.
I actually didn't know where that was. I looked it up.
But I will get you what I have. Why is it like that?
Yeah, leaders are hungry for war. Well, I don't know yet. But no, I mean, so checks IDF X account? Sure. Let me pull it up right now. There's no new information about this at all. Sirens are sounding in the area, and I have to yeah, this is the same exact stuff. If they made any replies to this, no, nothing else either. So we're just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen here. They say that there's missiles coming, but we don't really know if that's true. Iran crossed the red line by attacking civilian areas.
The Houthis in Yemen, Shia militia groups in Iraq, and a much depleted Hezbollah in Lebanon. And Iran's always warned it could strike back at US bases in the Middle East, highlighted here in places like Qatar, Kuwait, and Iraq. The Americans say they weren't involved in the attack, but Iran will not believe them. The Iranians may try and destabilize the oil market by attacking tankers.
If you guys have a link, send it to my mods so they can vet it, and then they can link it in chat for me to look at. You can't link anything in chat. You have to send it directly to my mods.
A day. One of the busiest and most important strategic waterways in the world would then become a war zone. Donald Trump says Iran could still make a deal and save itself from more Israeli attacks. But so far, the tone from Tehran has been one of defiance.
Not a surprise there.
Well, let's see how tomorrow's newspapers are reacting to that story.
I'm gonna try
The
and pull this
Financial
up.
Times writes the Israeli strikes have ignited a new Middle East war.
Not a
The Mail
surprise.
has the headline "All-Out War." The Times focuses on the retaliatory attacks by Iran tonight.
Okay, we finally have some information from another account. This is IL Red Alert, real-time rocket alerts and updates on Israel-Palestine conflict. So this is, I guess, obviously in Israel, and this is right now. This got reported literally 2 minutes ago. Actually 2 minutes ago. New wave in Tel Aviv? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, right? Is like this stuff could be happening. This stuff could be popping off at any minute here. It's just that nobody's showing it yet because apparently it hasn't happened. Sirens missing? What do you see? Sirens? Let me see. All right, let's see it. Here we go. Let me pull that information up again so you guys can see the rest of it. Let me make it smaller so it doesn't take up as much of the screen. Okay, there we go. So this is from 61 alerts of rockets, 149 alerts of rockets in 2 very concentrated areas, 185 alerts. Uh-oh. The phones must be going up non-stop. This is crazy, yeah. All this over religion. Not all of it, but a lot of it. It's so crazy we're watching this live. Yeah, how do you guys like my idea since there's like not a lot of dialogue right now? We're just kind of like waiting for something to happen. How do you guys like my idea of like having verified people to where like we could actually show their POVs? Because like I actually think that like that would be next fucking level. That would be insanely fucking next level. Like I've got a meeting with my mods actually really soon, and we're gonna be talking about a bunch of different stuff. I will refresh live. Okay, I guess I can refresh right now just to make sure. No, it's the same thing. Oh, fuck, now I have to change the audio again. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, it could be a good idea. Please don't encourage this for Iranians. Well, we wouldn't encourage it. We just wouldn't allow it. Like, we would not allow it. I would view it to be unethical to have somebody post a live location in a place that could endanger their lives. Like, just straight up. Like, I don't like that. Makes sense? Yeah. It's just, I don't want to lose viewers, right? I mean, fuck. Let's see here. Oh, there's one, right? I don't know what that is yet. Maybe that's a drone? Yep, there it is. Okay, here they come. Is the Iron Dome? Yeah. Cuff us, post links on Discord. Well, I know that, like, for example, since things are still, like, heating up but not there yet, like, we have one of our mods is Serbian, and so during the Serbia protests, like, he was able to give us, like, direct, like, images that he took at the protests himself. Video things and check footage. So you don't show Iran perspective, it's always going to get called biased? No, I mean, anybody calling me biased, like, people call me biased anyway. I think the best thing to do, like, this is my viewpoint on it, is that the best thing for me to do is to act in the most good faith way possible, and people who complain, fuck them. It seems like this is a pretty, there's not that many of them. Yeah, like, I mean, I can't, yeah, all I have to do is just, I have to operate under my own best intentions, and that's all I can do. Search Tehran and look at latest. I'll pull that up on the other screen. Give me a minute. That one just fucking hit. That one actually... Oh, shit. This is shit. This is live right now. It's 5:14 for me, PM Central Time in Texas. I don't know what that corresponds to. It looks like this is like a 7 a.m. thing. For them? Is it 1? Oh, it's 1 a.m.? Is that one gonna hit? I didn't hear a sound. Probably not. That was some sound, but I don't know if that's what it was. So there's the explosion that just hit right there. It hit? I don't know. It didn't sound like the other one, but maybe it did. Okay, Barry, you complain Hassan streamed a crime. You can't pretend like this isn't just as bad to stream. Well, if I was shooting the rockets, then yeah, you'd be right. Last time I checked, I'm not. Well, actually, I mean, I am an American taxpayer, so maybe they should ban me. They kind of are, like, yeah, in a way, right? So, but not us. By extension, yeah. Somehow also our tax money, yeah. It's a good point. How could you do this? I don't know, I'm sorry. Streaming committing a crime doesn't mean streaming. Well, yeah. If you stream, it's like streaming a car chase, right? I mean, if you watch a car chase, you shouldn't get arrested. You shouldn't get banned. But if you're in a car chase and you're streaming it, you should get banned, right? I mean, I understand people like to go for low-hanging fruit, but like, bro, well, you're on the floor. Like, let's try a little bit harder next time, okay? I hope Israel liberates Iran. In my opinion, I think Israel can only empower Iran to liberate itself. I think that a lot of the shortcomings of American liberation and like imperialism has been that we thought that we could liberate the countries from their rulers, and the reality is that this can only happen internally. Like, it has to happen internally. You can't do it. You have to win the hearts and the minds of the people. True? Yeah, it has to be from the bottom up. Yeah. What about Japan? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have enough historical knowledge about that to, like, have an opinion, like, about what happened right after that. Like, I know a little bit about it, but, like, I can't argue against you one way or another. It was 80 years ago? Well, I'm just saying in general, right? American kick streamer Wood Bobby is in Tel Aviv right now. Really? I wonder if I can stream other people's kick streams. I guess I can, because Hassan and I streamed Aiden Ross's stream. Missile sitting Tel Aviv? Yeah, no, we have it on right now. Apparently other towns were hit. Yeah, we're waiting to see if there's any new information. Let me go back and see if there's any more of this going on. So yeah, he's looking at the same thing that I am. And there's this footage as well.
Psychology, their families, and of course the areas
I'm going to swap this around
irradiated.
so we can listen to this one
But
instead.
it is the nuclear threat from
Yeah, this is also
Iran
the
that
live
has been the
footage as well.
basis for this attack, hasn't it, Anissa?
Yes, and I think that, I think you might argue that Netanyahu has had this program in his sights for 2 decades or more.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's nevertheless a kind of decision to go, to take action, direct action, preemptive, aggressive action to try to actively degrade their capabilities and take out key individuals who have been kind of masterminding this program. That feels like a significant step change. And yeah, and as Susie said,
34 have been injured in Iran's missile strikes on Israel, with one woman critically injured.
Hezbollah are not what they were.
Wow.
You know,
I don't
2
know if
years
that's
ago,
from the one that
has
just
enabled
happened.
them to see a kind of window in which to act.
Let me take a look at this.
The question is whether that is eventually going to accelerate the program, because Iran
Multiple
stops
rockets
having
struck Tel
anything
Aviv,
to lose.
sending
And I
columns
think
of
Susie
smoke
makes
into
a
the
really
air.
critical point about the number of avenues open to Iran to sow chaos, especially as the regime seems to be increasingly weakening. You know,
Yeah, there was one direct
more
hit.
than 20
I think this is going to show it.
terror-linked assassinations kind of in Britain. There have been around Sweden,
this might be
Denmark,
it right here.
Germany, I mean, countries all around the Western world. And Iran's links to the proxies in Latin America, for instance,
think
could
it
be
will
an
be,
increasingly significant threat to the US. So there's a lot that I imagine lots of security chiefs will be on high alert and be doing increasingly intensive planning for those scenarios right now.
On a slightly more positive note,
gosh.
I think I've managed to find one. Benny Netanyahu
Nothing
clearly,
burger, nothing ever happens.
Has been talking tonight, hasn't he, to the people of Iran and saying, you know, the lion, your country's national symbol, needs to rise up, overthrow this regime, which is our mutual enemy, and you are better than this kind of thing. And whether that works or not, I don't know. But the fact is that they seem to feel
Iran
that
launches new wave of
internally in
ballistic
Iran,
missiles.
the regime is in a shaky position, and that they are making a political judgment, which may be wrong, it may be right, that this...
Oh, this is really big. Israeli strike on Iran causes radioactive contamination. IAEA, probably International something environmental authority, I'm guessing, right? That's bad. That's really bad. I'm not sure what it's called, though. Take bricks with a pinch of salt. Yeah, well, we should take everything with a pinch of salt. It's important to keep in mind. But this is just some new information right here that, like, literally just came out.
Don't agree with the
International
Islamic
Atomic
regime,
Energy Agency?
They're not going
Okay,
to
there
be
you go.
told what to do.
They're not going to listen to
by
it.
Netanyahu.
I wonder what the
Jewish
degree of
man.
that
It's
is,
as
though.
simple as that. In the same way
You
that
know,
your
on a
average
scale
Israeli
of
isn't gonna
X-ray
take
to
an instruction
Chernobyl, where
from
is it?
the guy in the beard over there.
Although what he had to say, just quoting from that actual address directly to the Iranian people, Israel's fight is not against the Iranian people. Our fight is against the murderous Islamic regime that oppresses and impoverishes you. The nation of Iran and the nation of Israel have been friends.
If that was the I forgot to start with the N. Whatever that nuclear site was, it is very. It's a remote facility.
From the evil.
It's not like it's in a city or something.
I mean, we should also bear in mind that civilians did die in the attacks from Israel to Iran.
Yeah,
and I
that's
think
usually
that
what happens.
Absolutely, it's definitely the case that no one thinks individual, citizens of Iran are the target. But nevertheless, I think it's very hard.
It's probably
to
normal
predict
missiles
exactly
seeded with
how
radioactive material.
civilians and the level of instability through the number of assassinations of the leadership in Iran, what that's going to result in.
Earlier, they said none of the radiation was outside the facility was struck.
Positive outcome. I think Susie is the optimist
We'll have
of
to
the
give
two
it
of
more
us
time,
today.
to be sure.
So it all feels very uncertain and very unsettling, and even the ending of sanctions and that conversation was only really brought about because of the extreme difficulties that Iran is suffering right now. The question becomes, if they start looking at, as Dominic said, your correspondent, start looking at disrupting oil supplies.
Well, they stop hurting each other and offer more happiness in the world.
A lot of
That's a good idea.
Opponents within the Middle East.
It's a great idea.
We definitely know that Saudi Arabia is no fan of the Iranian regime, and so you're into a world of huge uncertainty at that point.
Okay, we just got some pictures.
Oh, here we go.
Which is showing the last incoming missiles at. I think that was probably just after.
Yeah, this is the impact, right?
GMT.
Should stop the music while it plays. Oh, is the music distracting? Sorry, I'll turn it off.
You can see there. I believe that is the Iron Dome in action, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like they're being intercepted.
Yes.
Those ones aren't.
Usually it gets really bright, then they disappear.
That's what I was saying earlier on. This when you send the blitz that they sent last year, that was like thousands of missiles. That's plainly trying to get through the Iron Dome and cause a lot of damage.
I turn it down like 10%.
Where it's a few hundred rockets, where it's this, that, and the other. We're going to fire another one in 5 minutes' time, kind of thing. It's performative, and it's done to show that we can frighten you and make you go and hide in your hole in the ground.
I don't think Iran.
The actual real retaliation is going to be in the days and weeks to come when they decide what they're going to do.
I don't think that they have that amount of time, because if Israel is killing them this fast and they're just like knocking out their leadership, I don't think that they have time to regroup, because by the time that they regroup, they're just going to get killed again. And also, like, yes, they did make, I think that total, like, they had what, like 10 direct hits out of like a few hundred? And there were some people that got killed, but it wasn't a huge amount. Like, obviously, it's terrorizing the population. But I would say that if I was an Israeli, I mean, I would feel like, like Israel came out way farther ahead than Iran did. I think this made Iran look way worse. That's what I would say.
The big names that made the King's birthday honours list.
I think this is something different.
Something for nothing. I'm not on it. Outrageous.
Mute this for now.
Regional response directed against Israel. Instead, what's precisely what you can expect, which is that these countries are sitting quietly. They may issue pro forma condemnations, but they're waiting to see how this spins out, because they understand that Iran generally is a menace to the region. And, quietly, they're wishing Israel well.
And so we'll continue to watch here on Live Now from Fox. I want to put this up on
I think that's true.
This was tweeted out by the Israeli Defense Forces not too long ago, saying, once again, millions of Israelis are currently running for shelter as sirens sound all over Israel.
Yep, there it is right there.
Another missile attack from Iran.
Holy shit, look at them all.
There on the map as those are running for shelter. So again, we've been talking here with
Look
Elon
at
Berman
that.
with the American Foreign Policy Council. He's been very generous with his time. I appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Any final thoughts before I let you go?
No, I think it's going to be an interesting weekend. And this is obviously
the wave's already done. It looks like
conflict that is sort of beginning to reach new heights. The things that I'll be watching for is the degree to which Israel, now that Israeli population centers have been struck, what Israel does in response. the next step isn't necessarily for Israel to take out regime targets, but a very logical target, if Israel is trying to escalate, and I think they will be to target Iran's oil infrastructure and cripple its ability to export oil, which is the lifeblood of the Islamic Republic's economy.
And that could have long-lasting effects for other countries as well, including the United States, whenever oil is impacted. Of course, we appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We hope to have you on again in the future to talk more about some of these conflicts that are happening there in the Middle East.
My pleasure.
All right, wanted to bring that story to you here on Live Now. We're going to continue on with our coverage. We'll be in coverage of this for the remainder of the conflicts that are happening there in the Middle East.
My pleasure.
All right, wanted to bring that story to you here on Live Now. We're going to continue on with our coverage. We'll be in coverage of this for the remainder of the afternoon. Want to show you a live look, though, that we have there still in Tel Aviv as we watched as those missiles fell there in the region. The IDF there putting out yet another statement saying that they had identified missiles were recently launched from Iran towards the territory of the state of Israel. The defense systems are working to intercept that threat.
We got a new one here.
The protected areas and remain there until further notice. Exiting the protected
This is what
area
France is saying
will only
too.
be possible after receiving explicit instructions.
French President Macron says if Iran attacks Israel, France will defend Israel.
Instructions. So we've been watching this here, and I also want to put up.
So
this
it looks
tweet
like
that
people
we
are
have
roaching
from
out on
Fox's
Israel real
training.
hard, or sorry, on
He's
Iran
there
real
on
hard.
the ground in Israel. He says we're sheltering underground, large explosions throughout the Tel Aviv suburbs. We
Everyone's
also
coming to the
heard
fence, yeah.
some more from him as well. I want to play this out as well. We have here in just a second from Trey Yinks as he's there on the ground. We've been playing out some of his videos that he's been able to put out on his X account while being there in the region. This is the very latest one. Let's listen in.
What's this?
Missile slammed into this building. This entire block has been destroyed.
And this isn't
there are currently crews.
This is
that
Israel.
Are going through all of the
Look
rubble.
at that.
Every once in a while, they tell people to be silent. They are looking for survivors, and they will call out and then use a thermal drone to try and find anyone who is underneath a lot of this debris. You can see how these cars here flipped over from the size and power of this blast. And when you look back here, this entire block has been damaged. As we move forward here,
Holy
Israel is preparing
shit.
for the possibility that Iran continues these attacks. The regime says they will continue to target Israel as Israeli strikes are hitting not only their nuclear facilities, but also many of their top officials, including those from the IRGC and their nuclear scientists. We'll continue to keep you updated as this story develops.
But this was the response also there on X saying, as he said, they were preparing for more of these strikes from Iran on Israel. Trey Yinks saying that they're now sheltering underground as large explosions are going throughout the Tel Aviv suburbs.
Yeah, bro, I'd be scared.
We also heard from the Israeli police. I want to play out just about 30 seconds or so of that they have put out as well on their
what's
X
this?
account. I want to put this to you so you can just get another vantage point of what's happening there in the region.
All right, let's see.
Officers of the Israel police are currently responding to and handling reports of projectile debris impact sites. Our bomb disposal experts are some of the best in the world, and they're dedicated right now working to ensure the public safety for all of our loved ones as they secure these sites. We call on the public to listen to the Homefront Command directives and demonstrate responsibility. Do not approach these impact sites and definitely do not share these locations with anyone other than official authorities. Our officers are on a high alert, and we're going to continue to be in order to best protect and serve our public. Officers of the
And this is the UK too. UK says it supports Israel's right to self-defense.
A better sense of what's happening on the ground there in the region. We're going to slide away now for a 2-minute commercial break. But again, we've been catching these live images as they're coming into our newsroom of some of these retaliatory attacks that Iran is now sending there to the area of Tel Aviv. We'll be talking a lot more about this on the other side of this 2-minute break. Stay with us.
Is this the most imperialistic nation ever? Well, then, I mean, hey, it takes one to know one, right? And let's see, I can just keep that, I'll just mute that on there. But I don't know if there's any more information about this at all. This is replay. Yeah, these are the attacks right here. Attack other countries, crap out self-defense. Does it matter because Russia and China will side with Iran? I don't think that they will. I don't support Iran, but come on, self-defense. Nah, bro, call it what it is. I think that, I mean, it's not really, yeah, there's the explosion. That's the one that I saw right there. Yeah, that was fucking insane. Notice how Russia's keeping silent? I don't think that any of them, like, why would any of them want to throw their lot in with Iran? Like, I don't really see this, like, how is that beneficial for them in any way? I don't think that it is. Didn't Iran, was this your say at the instant that it gets nukes, it would glass Israel? I mean, Iran has said multiple times that it wants to get rid of Israel. I mean, again, like, you could say that it's not self-defense, but if there's a country, like I've said this before, right? If there's a country that is on the precipice of potentially getting weapons that could blow up your country, attacking them and stopping them from getting those weapons, I think that's justified. I do. It's preemptive self-defense, but at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, who wouldn't do that? Like, really, I mean, think about, no, really, like, take a step back. Like, who wouldn't do that? If somebody says they're going to shoot you and then you shoot them first, everybody would do that, right? I mean, if there's a chance that they could be holding a gun. It's common sense, yes. I mean, obviously. Iran launched thousands of missiles at Israel a year ago? Yeah. Isn't it the same as the Russia invasion then? Ukraine wanted to go into NATO so hard. I don't remember Zelensky and Ukraine talking about how they wanted to nuke and destroy the Russian state. Now, maybe I'm wrong and I'm just misremembering and you're right, but I certainly don't remember hearing anything like that before. Yeah, I don't remember hearing anything like that. They did? Well, it sure must have missed me. Ukraine gave up their nukes? Yeah, in like 1993 or 1994 or something like that. I believe that's what it was.
Before we do that, I want to bring into the conversation with CSIS, Tom Caraco. Tom, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
I don't think there's anything really going on with that. Let me just read these and just a few more of them. Do you want me to send the news outlets? Yeah, I'd have to look and see. Give me 1 second and look at the rest of these. From the Russian POV, that's the same. Putin can't say much because justification was similar to Israel's for attacking Ukraine preemptively. I don't agree with Putin, but that's what he said. He attacked Ukraine because they posed a threat. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Ukraine that gave up its nuclear weapons in the 90s, I don't really think that's the same thing as, you know, Iran actively trying to develop them for the stated goal of destroying Israel. Like, I don't think that's I don't think that's the same thing. I'm sorry, guys. I get that people want to turn it into something that's similar, but I don't think so at all. They wanted to join NATO, bro. Be fair here. NATO is not designed to destroy Russia. NATO's stated goal is not to destroy Russia. Russia even wanted to join NATO. It is? No, it's not. It's a defense pact. Like, I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, these are two very clearly different things. Are we... Well, shut up. But what is it? This is a defensive alliance. Yeah, what are you talking about? NATO is not a nuke. It has nukes, but that's not their intent. Yeah, exactly. NATO is a deterrent. Why would Russia join? Well, I mean, if Russia joined NATO, I think that would kind of... I don't know what... Actually, I don't even know what that would do. But anyway, let's see if I can find the rest of these. What is this?
Busy. They've been busy in the recent months.
There are hundreds of thousands of American citizens and other American assets in Israel, and the U.S. is working to protect them. So you can see, like, the narrative that they're trying to do. A senior U.S. official is saying that they're trying to create the narrative that the U.S. is not related to these strikes, and the only reason why they're defending it is because there's people from the U.S. that are there.
U.S. and Israeli missile defense capacity is there before we kind of run out of bullets. We know that the missile defenses work. They're hitting stuff all the time, but there is nevertheless a finite amount of defenses. Defense for, it's not simply to defend, it's to defend long enough until you can end the threat by other means. And so that really plays into the larger context here. As you noted, the strikes on the various Iranian facilities. And so this is giving Israel a defensive backstop. Iran doesn't have that, right? Israel is owning the skies in Iran and hitting just about anything they want with impunity. But this is going to give Israel some degree of defense for long enough that they can, again, bring the fight back to Iran and quiet these launchers and end the threat by other means. So the missiles are weapons of choice. We're seeing just a whole heck of a lot of them coming in Israel today, as we see right here. And it's a big problem. But you also see
US people
the
there,
interceptors going up there
likely
Can you talk about
those loyal dual citizens? I don't know.
Really focused a lot on
the whole point of NATO was to isolate Russia. Yeah, it was to isolate Russia and protect people from Russia to an extent, but it was not to destroy Russia. If you can't understand that difference, you're delusional. You're intentionally trying to misunderstand.
Well, sure. There's no weapon system, there's no tool that's
you're trying
perfect,
to misunderstand.
Unfortunately. But that's in the nature of things. What I would say is that actually the number that have gotten a few through, I think we're hearing like 150 or something like that, or maybe 200, maybe close to that, which is frankly comparable to the couple of other big attacks that Iran sent to Israel in April and October of last year. And so it's a fairly large salvo.
Caitlyn Jenner is a shelter?
Small,
wait, what?
Double digits. Perhaps
is in a
10
shelter in Israel right now?
This number is changing all the time. But out of that large number, that's still pretty good shooting.
And so we're watching this, and these attacks have seemed to come in waves. Tom, I have to ask you, when it comes to these defense systems, is that important for them to be able to take a second and regroup when these attacks come in waves? Because the missiles will be launched. There'll be a little bit of a lull afterwards.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you know, it's not just about how many missiles a country has, but rather how many launchers they have for the missiles. And so it is in the interest of the attacker to group their shots, to mass their fires with a lot of missiles at the same time. That actually poses a significant technical challenge for the missile defense side, for the defender.
There's only shoot one at a time.
Because there's limitations on how many objects a radar can track, and likewise the number of interceptors that can go out at any given time. And so the attacker has to reload, and so likewise does the defender. And so more larger salvos, frankly, on both sides is certainly an advantage. And so there are those lulls because they have to do those sorts of things.
Iron Dome's becoming the Rusty Dome.
Continuing to watch, this is some video again from earlier.
Yeah,
this
no,
hour
Caitlyn Jenner is in Tel Aviv.
From Iran there to the Tel Aviv area,
drinking wine from a bunker.
As well that we saw
I don't know what to say, guys. I really don't.
On the screen so folks can see what happened when some of these attacks happened there. We did get a report there from the paramedics in Israel saying that 34 people have been wounded in the aftermath.
Why are they doing it like that?
Can you sort of speak to what that looked like? Is that an impressive number? I mean, 34, these attacks, we've been watching as these missiles have been heading there. 34 seems wounded, no dead at this point that have been reported.
The fans at Elon, maybe.
Yeah, I hope that's the case in terms of the fatalities. I will frankly be pleasantly surprised if that remains the case whenever you have this many number of missiles coming in and they're kind of hitting indiscriminately in an urban area, especially.
Sure.
You know, it's hard to know. We're waiting for more information in terms of what exactly the Iranians were targeting.
Clearly, they're targeting
Tel Aviv. They may have been targeting, say, the airport, or
I know there's people trying to
the nuclear
communicate
plant, or any number of other military and sort of IEF targets. But you know, these things are not
it's hard for me to organize and plan things out while I'm on stream. Like I know obviously like a lot of people want to see that, but it's just like I can't. It's just impossible for me to do that. Yeah, it's because you've got like so much going on. I'm trying to do a stream, talk to somebody at the same time. Usually I've got people messaging me anyway. So yeah, it's too much, but I can follow up with that person later on and see kind of what they were saying. I don't know if they messaged me on Twitter. If somebody wants to get a hold of me, Twitter is probably the best place to message me. Just in general. You can't take a call to adjust 61K people at once? No, not quite. How come India intercepts 500 plus drones from Pakistan without breaking a sweat, but Israel's getting hit? I mean, probably for a lot of reasons. number one, they're probably coming at a different frequency. Number two, they're probably coming at a different speed. Number, like, I don't know, maybe they have newer technology. Yeah, I mean, I would say those are the main reasons, right? Drones versus ICBM? Yeah.
Sounds like they took apart and suppressed any leftover air defenses fairly quickly and are now basically flying over Iran with impunity, which is going to give them definitely a strategic advantage here in the coming weeks. I'll just say, I think it's important. It's
Drones
great to
are
see
slow
these
as
videos
shit.
and to see these,
I mean, compared to a
these
missile, they are.
hardware blowing up. But the larger context here is frankly political. And we saw Netanyahu give a speech I think maybe just a couple hours ago, maybe an hour ago, basically saying that they're in this for the regime change, and basically calling on the Iranian people, saying that they support the Iranian people and they support the Iranian people in kind of rising up against the mullahs. And that's basically the gamble. So earlier I talked about the principle that missile defense will only, its purpose is to defend you long enough to end the threat by other means. And so what this is about is buying time and sufficiently limiting damage on Israel until many south
oh, God.
They need to and are able to.
What an idiot.
There is going to be some limitations.
What a dumbass.
It's been very clear from Secretary Rubio and others that the United States is not actively involved here, for better or worse. Clearly, the Israelis would have liked to have had American firepower, American bombers, and frankly, American bunker buster bombers to help, no kidding, get these
I bet they would want us to help them.
Buried targets. But nevertheless, the Israelis,
no doubt,
political calculus, seem to have made the bet that they need to do this and that they're going to do their darndest to do it fundamentally. I think frankly, this is the post-October 7 context. They're mad as heck and they're not going to take it anymore, and they're using the Hezbollah leadership targeting playbook to go after the Iranians. This has kind of been a long time in the coming. There's no love lost, of course, between Israel and Iran for many decades now, and this is a pretty momentous moment.
That's a good one.
It's not clear what the outcome is going to be by any means. It is hard to do scud hunting. It is hard to hit all this stuff on the ground before it's launched. That's why they're getting off so many shots towards Israel. So it's going to be sporty here in the coming days and potentially weeks.
Yeah. And Tom, we appreciate you for being with us to help add this additional context. But you mentioned
that was crazy to watch live.
Let's talk about the U.S. role and the U.S. Even the U.S. defense systems that have been given to Iran, I should say, to Israel at certain points in order to help defend itself. Can you talk about the relationship between the U.S. and Israel and how important it is for them to work together in the region?
I just didn't expect I would be watching and like covering world wars like this, you know? I never thought this shit was going to happen.
Its own multi-layered missile defense system.
You know? Kind of came out of nowhere.
A couple types. David Sling, and of course
it's only just begun.
The brand that everybody knows best.
I feel like there's going to be a lot more of this happening.
This multi-layered
thing.
But it really comes down to not just what types of interceptors you have, but how many and how long you can continue shooting. And so then this brings it to the question that you just asked there in terms of the politics, in terms of the U.S. role in the region. Obviously, the U.S. has an interest in protecting our friends, our allies in Israel. But there are costs, right? There are trade-offs. The United States inventory.
Imagine you watching a nuke drop.
Missiles and missile interceptors are finite, and it would be problematic, to say the least, in terms of the U.S. broad global role to expend all of our things in a Middle East conflict. This is, in some respects, the dilemma and the perennial dilemma that has been going on for the past a couple decades, frankly, in terms of the Middle East keep drawing us back in. I think for the moment, it probably makes a whole heck of a lot of sense to go in there, and if it is possible to, frankly,
Yemen's still firing missiles.
If possible, get rid of this.
When are you calling for that refund you told us about?
The regime,
I don't know what they're doing. I have to see it myself.
If that is possible, and so I think, frankly, it's perhaps unfortunate that the U.S. so far has not had a more forward-leaning stance.
No, man. No.
Pull off some pretty spectacular successes. Turns out that when you go on the offense,
that people in the U.S. do not want a fucking war.
When we had that counteroffensive momentum,
they do not want to fucking war. Like I'm just telling you the truth.
Case being perhaps
like I do,
most,
I don't.
Useful guidance.
I don't. We don't need to do that.
I think there's definitely interest in helping them finish this fight, but of course this is not the only problem we have in the world.
I want to ask you specifically about this, Tom, before I let you go, but taking a look here at this tweet that was put out by Fox News, saying that the U.S. Army is assisting, as we just talked about there.
Turn this up. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
With Patriot PAC-3 missiles. Is that the specific type that we should be paying attention to in the days ahead?
Yeah, so the Patriot, that's really
I think we should invade Iraq again, where they got more nukes again.
Advanced capability. Number 3, we also have a PAC-2. PAC-3 is hit to kill. PAC-2 is kind of blast frag. PAC-2 is actually a bigger missile that blows up and hits things with a fragmentary device. Both of them have their uses. Both of them have their utility. There's 18 countries in the world that operate the Patriot system in some way or another, and a number of folks that are trying to get it here soon. And Israel, of course, has their own programs, but the fact that you have confirmation here, this is a good scoop here by Lucas Tomlinson, that it's not just Stab, but definitely Patriots that are shooting stuff down. And I would not be surprised if the Aegis ships and probably some standard missiles on the Aegis ships aren't also doing some cleanup as well.
And so I want to take another live look there at some of these vantage points that we have in the Middle East at this time. This is Tel Aviv, another view of Tel Aviv as well on the top right here in corner of your screen, as well as a shot of Jerusalem. It's been a lot calmer in Jerusalem today because most of these attacks have been centered on Tel Aviv. Also want to put this up by Aisha Hasni there with Fox News as well, saying that the Navy has 2 guided missile destroyers there in the Eastern Mediterranean, the USS Sullivan and the USS Arleigh Burke. Can you talk a little bit about these two things that the Navy has, these guided missile destroyers, and what we could be seeing if they're to get involved?
Yeah, so these are the Aegis ships that I was just referencing and speculating that are probably going to be involved. So that's exactly what we were just talking about a minute ago. And so the fact, I think one of these at least kind of came back into position just here recently.
What's the likelihood of a world war coming out of this? I think very low. I feel like it is very low because Iran doesn't seem like it has a lot of allies. It doesn't have a lot of allies, and it doesn't have a huge military either.
Several big Iranian attacks again in April and October of last year, and there's only so many launch canisters on a given ship, it may be 96 or so. Not all of them are going to be defensive missiles. Some of them are going to be other effects, and so there are only so many interceptors to go around, and that's why that capacity challenge, as I keep emphasizing, is a big deal.
And as you see there, another update from Aisha Hasni saying that there are just a lot of those U.S. assets there in the Middle East. The 2 destroyers in the Eastern Mediterranean were already there for scheduled deployment. And the USS Thomas Hudner guided missile destroyer is now on its way to the region as well. So the U.S. is positioned there in the region.
Holy shit.
This is expected. I'm assuming
so they're sending a bunch of shit over there. Okay.
With them being there as well. So we'll continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate
Iran just threatened all U.S. bases in Middle East. No, that was from before. That was a while ago.
Before I let you go, I
That's not new.
This image that we have of the airspace right now above the Middle East. So again, huge gap in anything that's in the air right now. Expected. What else are we expecting to see in the next few days as well?
Yeah, well, look, these are passenger aircraft that we're looking at.
They're just flying around that
presumably
area.
That have their transponders on, therefore communicate their location. Military aircraft going into Iran are probably not going to be doing that to flag their location, but it is a very good idea.
One of them got shot down. People say maybe it might have been 2, but people aren't sure about that yet. There's no certainty.
The early days of the Ukraine conflict and past conflicts with Iran, where tragically passenger aircraft get shot down. We don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So again,
very
this was
unlikely
put out
that
by
would
the State
happen.
Department, travel.gov, saying that U.S. citizens
Yeah,
should
I'd be
not
very
travel
shocked
to
if
Iran
it
for
did.
any reason and should depart Iran immediately if you are there. U.S. citizens who are unable to depart Iran should shelter in place. As of Friday, Iran's Civil Aviation Organization closed the country's airspace. So
Damn.
did want to get that update in for you here on Live Now from Fox. And again,
Yeah, I wouldn't
Center
want
for Strategic and
I
International
wouldn't want to be flying
Studies,
over there now
Tom
either.
Caracco, who's been helping us with the
Holy
very latest.
shit.
I appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now.
I feel like with the amount of planes that have just been having problems one way or another, like I wouldn't want to be on an airplane in general.
News as some of those missiles that were sent again by Iran there to Israel began to fall at the top of the hour. So we
Yeah,
had a
I'll
vantage
pull it
point
up.
of that. We'll continue to dissect
Give me a
and
second, let me
watch
see
for
it.
any updates coming out of the region. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Our coverage
Let me
continues.
go ahead and mute this real quick. Israel interceptors working hard to take out as many Iranian ballistic missiles as possible. Yeah, let me pull this one up. This is, I think, I haven't seen this angle at least. True. Yeah. Each missile is 34 billion each. No, there's no way. It's expensive, but not like that. One plane flying over Iran right now. Wow. Holy shit. And seems safe enough to film. I mean, like, there's not really much else you can do, right? And Russia's foreign ministry condemns Israel. We strongly condemn Israel's military actions on the night of June 13th, which were a clear violation of the UN Charter and established principles of international law. So Russia seems like it's posturing itself against Israel. Yeah, says them. Well, I mean, well, that's it, right? Israel launches precision strikes against Iranian military targets. Iran launches ballistic missiles at Israeli population centers. The difference is clear. I agree with this, honestly, I do. And I've already seen these before, a little bit ago. Russia talking about their own war? Yeah, definitely. Wow, they care about UN law? Israel's trying to spark World War III? I feel like with the amount of times that the US has said that, like, basically we're not involved in this, and I also find it to be very suspicious that Donald Trump hasn't really tweeted anything today. Like, I mean, he's usually tweeting all day, every day, and this is like one of the only days that he's not, like, just spamming. Yeah, he's busy. Well, I mean, either way, well, what I'm saying is that, like, if he's busy, that means that he's involved. At least to an extent, he's involved and he's locked into this in one way or another.
Just earlier.
So like, that's what I would say. Isn't his birthday? No, it's his birthday tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big day. Prepping for his birthday party. He's got a war to conduct. Yeah. But, like, I'm surprised that there's not any, like, I mean, am I crazy for saying that? That it's surprising to me that, like, he hasn't come out and said anything or made any statements about this? Because I would have expected to, like, see way more stuff from him about this. I think it's tough for Trump because on one hand, he doesn't want to get involved in another war. On another, he doesn't want Iran to have nukes. Yeah, I actually think that, if anything, he's probably doing the right thing by just quietly supporting Israel and not actively saying anything or taking any sides publicly. Because it does seem like the U.S. is quietly supporting Israel. Ask him, bro. I can't DM him. He doesn't let me. I think striking Iran is what keeps us out of the future war, in my opinion. I don't think anybody wants Iran to have nuclear weapons. I'm pretty sure. Like, I feel like almost nobody does. And so, like, even the people that might not necessarily like the fact that Israel attacked them, you know, it's, I think, in a lot of people's best interests. I mean, this is really, I mean, it's nothing specific, right? It's any religious, like, thing like this. Another angle of Iranian ballistic missile. Oh, this is it. Let's watch this. Holy shit. God damn. Iran having nukes is like giving an RPG to a kid. No, it's like giving an RPG to a crazy person. A nutball. That's the issue. We get a spread of that? Yeah. Wow, one hit? Well, I mean, hey, they got a hit off, right? I mean, that's better than they usually do. I'm going to be honest. That's a lot better than they usually do. Train, thank you. Thank you, Train. My man. Thank you very much. I almost didn't see that shit. Thank you very much. Trainwreck's gifted 100 subs on Kick. Thank you, man. I hope you're doing well. I do. We got to now that I'm back, and you know, we got all the we got the Phase boys over here. We got a lot of people. We got to bring back that podcast. Honestly, it's got to happen. You know, honestly, and by the way, like, I'm gonna just leak DMs. Train hit me up about that. I actually haven't responded to him about it, so like, don't blame him, blame me. If anybody's fault, if it's anybody's fault that like we don't have the podcast going right now, it's definitely my fault. So yeah, I gotta do that myself. But like, you know, I'm not a. It's hard for me to get back to people. I'm antisocial, but yeah, thank you, man. I hope you're doing well. I do. Senior U.S. officials tell Fox News that American forces are assisting Israel to shoot down Iranian missiles. Yeah, no, that was from like 3 or 4 hours ago. That was quite a while ago. Israel's been saying that Iran will have a nuclear weapon for 30 years, and I can provide evidence of old Israeli newspapers. Yeah, I think that you're right about that. And I think that's a good point. That like it's a degree of fear-mongering. But the difference is that recently there was like a international like a radiation or some kind of committee or something like that, and they found that Iran was like violating something, like some sort of like a threshold of enriched uranium. So like there is like corroborating evidence that supports this theory that isn't just Israel said this. I see your point. You bring up a good point, but there's more to it this time. That was not evidence. I think it was evidence. It wasn't proof. But I think it was evidence. Retards believe in Iranian propaganda? Well, I don't know yet. They were at 65% and they only need 3% for energy. That's the number? Yeah, I'm not sure about the number specifically, but it's something like that. Iran attacking U.S. embassy in Baghdad right now? I didn't hear anything about that. I'm pretty sure that's not happening. I mean, if it is, I'd be really surprised. I didn't hear or read anything about that, so I don't know what you mean by that.
Do try not to deliberate too long.
Iran is weak now? This is not a great time to invade and get some cheap oil? I don't want to exploit the economy and exploit the country, because if you do that, you're going to create an entire generation of people that are going to hate you. I think the most important thing is to give them the power to liberate themselves from their oppressive government so they can live their lives in a way that's, you know, authentic and true to themselves and decide their own fate rather than have a religious, you know, terrorist organization that's deciding their own fate. That's never worked. I think it's actually the only thing that works. I think it is. That's how it was working before they had the religious takeover. Where do you get this idea that the Iranian people hate their government? From statistics and multiple frames of reference, and also multiple polls, and you know, the decline of religion in Iran, specifically Islam in Iran, and a bunch of people that have left Iran after the revolution that happened in 1979. So that's where I get the data. I mean, you can look it up yourself, but that's where I find it. Poll made by who? A poll made by the Jews, and it's totally made up, and it's just meant to deny you the truth, which is Iran is the greatest country in the world, and they're only acting in self-defense. So you happy now? It's a Jewish poll, and so it's all fake. Okay, like I'm not like listen. What are we doing here, right? I knew it. Yeah, sure. Funny how we get stats from those dictatorships. Yeah, clearly. World state of the world's fucked. Waiting to be vaporized any second now. Yeah. You mean you get your data on Reddit, right? Well, I mean, Reddit's the place where you find the information. Yeah, and then you go to the website where the information is. That's correct. I mean, I understand, like, you're trying to, like, Yes, that's usually how things work, is that information is linked on a web page, and then you go to the web page and you read the information. Like, that's correct. Says the Redditor? Yeah. If most Iranians hate their current establishment, then the assassination of theocratic head of a mill is a better option. No, because if you kill, if you do it for them, they're going to view it as an attack on their government. And no, you have to empower them to solve their own problems. I'm very much not an advocate of trying to nation build. I think that we can help them, but they have to be the one that passes the axe, or passes the, swings the axe. It can't be us. It doesn't work? Yeah, it doesn't. Nation building is a racket? Yeah, I think so too. You trigger the patriotism in them? You do. Because at the end of the day, he's the devil you know. People grew up with him. They know him. If we kill him, we kill their icon. You're right. A lot of people will view it as freeing them of oppression, but other people will view it as us killing their leader. Realize it was the people that overthrew Shah and established the Islamic Republic themselves? I do. And it's taken, and doesn't that make my argument better? And that's lasted for 40 years. So like that's my whole point. And like, yeah, that worked. It's dangerous to create a power vacuum in those countries. Yeah. A friend of mine said, I hope your wife and child die from bombing, because I tried to tell him Hamas has been using propaganda regarding the Israel-Gaza conflict. Why is this issue so polarizing? I think the issue is really polarizing because most things in media now are really polarizing. We've had a huge problem now recently. Yeah, nice friend, by the way. We've had a huge problem recently with the amount of emotional escalation of language and conversation. And I think that that's really kind of a result of a lot of things. It's the result of, I think, that disingenuous media. It's the result of, like angry people in general. I think it's the result of the death of critical thinking. I think there's a lot of things. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad is under attack. Let me see if I can pull it up. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq is under attack. By who? Yeah, what is this? You don't do anything with your streams when it comes to politics to lessen the amount of polarization? Well, I think I do. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I think I do. One passed away due to her injuries just moments ago from a previous missile attack. That was actually a couple of hours ago, but yeah. Wouldn't have been cleared already? Yeah, no, it was probably evacuated, but regardless of it being evacuated or not, it's still it's still an attack on a U.S. base, right? I mean, that's kind of a big deal. On Trump's birthday? Yeah, can you believe that? It was evacuated? Yeah, that's good. OTK does a rebrand and World War III breaks out? Yeah, I actually said I was going to go over to Nick's party in a little bit. I probably should get ready and do that, but like I'm kind of waiting to see if there's any new information about this that comes out. But my plan is also tomorrow, like I'm gonna go and get ready to try and stream a lot of this tomorrow. I don't know if we're gonna do gaming tomorrow as well also. I just don't know yet. But I might do more gaming tomorrow, maybe play a little bit more Stellar Blade because I do find that game to be fun. Or I might play something else. I haven't decided. I could try and play like a smaller, like one-shot game or something else. So, and we'll talk about you're leaving the house. Congrats. Yeah. And what happened to Liza P? I don't want to get back into a game that I haven't played in a long time and like immediately go into the hardest content that's ever been made for it, Actually, you know what? Yeah, maybe I could play Mario Kart or something like that too. Yeah, there's definitely that as well. If you're able to ask one question about the situation, who would you ask the question for? I don't know. That's a good question. I have no idea. Are you going to stream the protests? Yeah, no, tomorrow is going to be a huge day because tomorrow is going to be the day that they're going to have the military parade. This war is going to continue going on. And then on top of that, you're going to have, what's the third thing? There was 3 things. Those 2 things, and then also, oh yeah, the No Kings protests, which I don't think is going to go anywhere, right? Like, I don't think so. I think it's one of those things, it's going to be like a Y2K situation, where it's not going to be this massive, crazy thing, but I could be wrong. You know, I really could be wrong, but I think that they're going to be under control and, you know, and aggressive with it as well. And so, yeah, that's it. And let's see if I can find it. Sorry, I'm trying to read something. Okay. As you already had as much white noise in the background. Oh yeah, no, sorry about that. Yeah, let me mute that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's better. And so, is Nick gonna stream the party? I don't know. I thought Nick was supposed to be live with the party. Like, isn't he supposed to be live with the party? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, is that happening? Like, I have no idea, even if it is. I was trying to pause, not do this. Yeah, he's not even live. Man, I thought shit was supposed to start at 6. I was feeling bad because I thought I was late for this shit already, and you telling me they haven't even started? Damn. Damn, bro, starts at 7? I didn't even know that. I never heard about that at all. I thought it was fucking, god damn. I told you 6 knowing you would be late. Yeah, that's true, right? And by chat, hope you all feast hating on others. Yeah, sure. And let's see here. Starts at 7 your time. Nick and them are probably all watching you. I don't know if they're watching me. I don't think I don't think they're as involved with politics as I am. Like, any time that I try to talk politics with any of them, I think S-Fand is like kind of opinionated about some things. Leroy, thanks for 20 subs. But like, other than that, I don't think Nick or Emmy, like, can you imagine like trying to get Chance to talk about politics? He does not give a fuck. He does not care, bro. He just wants to live his fucking life. And that's it. Iran says Operation True Promise 3 will continue for as long as necessary. True Promise 3? That sounds like a romance novel. But, I mean, it's not like a Roaring Lion is any better, but, you know, that sounds like a Halo 1 clan or Halo 2 clan. But, what is this? We'll see if there's any more information about this at all. Like, I think that's pretty much about... Oh, jeez. Jeez. U.S. Embassy in Baghdad is under missile attack. Yeah, people still don't know, like, why or what this is, why this is happening. But, yeah. I mean, I'd wait to see why this attack even happened. Do your friends ever get pissed at you for getting into a lot of controversy? Do people ever get mad at me for getting into controversy? Yeah, I mean, some people get annoyed if I, like, start talking about a certain topic or I get involved in stuff. But at the end of the day, I mean... I think that most streamers know that, like, I think that they know, like, oh, if I'm getting attacked because somebody's mad that somebody that I know did something bad, it's not the other streamer's fault, it's the weirdo's fault for trying to, like, look for somebody to harass. Because I see this happen sometimes, and it happens with a lot of streamers, where it's like, oh, why do you do this, or why are you interacting with that person? I think that it's in general, like, not a, like, people generally don't like being told what to do, right? And that this is just a reality that exists across all spectrums of thinking. And so, yeah, I think that that's really, yeah, Nick, and the famous Hassan screen. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people really want to deal with any of that stuff at all. So they won't hold it against you. Yeah, they're going to hold it against the person that's harassing them. Now, I don't blame anybody. Like, obviously, like, I cover a lot of, like, really controversial stuff, and I cover things that, you know, are divisive, and because of that, I think that it causes a lot of people to obviously have opinions about what I say, and to take those opinions really seriously, and to react to them in certain ways, too. But the truth is that, the truth is that, like, I can't really go and, I mean, I'm going to do what I feel like doing, right? More than anything. Israel hit Tehran right now? Well, I don't know any information about that yet. I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see. So yeah, it's always people wrapped up in narrative politics. Somebody's instructing you what to think. You get angry when people have a different viewpoint. Yeah, for sure. And so what do you think the end result is? I mean, the end result is that people that want, like, I understand streaming is a job. And so a lot of people, like, might not want to involve themselves with, like, my type of politics because they could view it as unpopular with the rest of their friends. And, you know, like, again, a lot of streaming relationships are also business relationships. And so I would never expect somebody to, like, martyr themselves or to, you know, like, kind of ruin a relationship because of me. Or like an interaction with me. Like, I don't really care about it that much, and it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, I mean, like, I don't take it seriously at all, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. Do you realize you influence a lot of your viewers? I think that I don't influence a lot of my viewers, actually. I think that I can only influence a lot of my viewers if my arguments are sound and good and the viewers agree with it. Like, for example, like, I've always had the viewpoint that, you know, like, I don't really care about girls having OnlyFans and dating them. Like, it's not something that, like, I don't have a strong feeling about that. It's not like a red line that I would refuse to cross or anything like that. I just simply don't, I don't view it as, like, a bad thing. But a lot of people view that as bad, right? A lot of people don't like that. And so, Leroy, thanks for 20 subs. I appreciate it. You guys have been gifting a lot. I do really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. And so, I want to hear your same opinion on most of your views. Yeah, I don't agree on a lot of things you say. You have a lot of common sense, too. Well, I think that I try to do my best. And this is the difference, is that I think the difference between, like, the way that I cover a lot of, like, topics and the difference that a lot of other people have is that I do make the attempt of trying to be accurate, rather than trying to be trying to, like, push an agenda and trying to push a viewpoint. And I think that's the really big difference that a lot of people have with, like, me versus other content creators. When it comes to dating OnlyFans girl, does your stance include solo and partner content? Yeah, I mean, I think, like, partner content with, like, another guy, that would be too much for me. Partner content with another girl, it wouldn't be. Yeah, it's emotional, right? Like, it doesn't hit an emotional, like, it just doesn't. But, like, yeah, another guy, yeah, that would be too much. So everybody has a different line, right? And, like, if your line is, like, you don't want to interact with, like, a girl, you don't have a girlfriend that, like, does OnlyFans at all, then I think that's totally fine, right? And, like, it's not like you're a bad person for that, and, you know, it's not like you don't have a right to that opinion. I think you absolutely do. But in the same way that you have a right to that opinion, I think I have a right to my own. And I think it's important to not try to push people into having certain viewpoints just because you have that viewpoint yourself. And so that's really what it is. Just dating, or would you marry them too? Well, yeah, of course I'd marry them. Like, why would you date somebody if you didn't want to marry them? Like, I think dating somebody if you're not intending to marry them is a waste of time. Especially, like, now that I'm over in my 30s, right? And so it's different. So yeah, I mean, like, maybe if you're 19 or, like, 20, I think that's different. But, like, for me, that was a while ago, right? It's kind of quite a while ago. So that's how I see it. What if you believe in marriage? I don't think marriage makes a lot of sense unless you're having kids. Like, if you're having kids, I think that you should get married. And I think marriage should be incentivized, and having kids should be incentivized. But other than that, I mean, that's about it. OnlyFans girls are crazy. Yeah, I've learned actually that most girls are crazy, period. It's not just OnlyFans girls, it's pretty much all of them. But yeah. You think, I think civil unions should be more recognized? I don't see why, I mean, I don't know. I don't see it that way. What about people who want to have kids but can't due to biological reasons? Your view sounds a bit natalist. Well, of course it's natalist. That's because the entire existence of our species is based on being natalist. Of course I would be looking at things in the best interest and the most benefit of the people that are having kids and that are prolonging the existence of our species. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, that's like a Reddit viewpoint. Of course we're not going to reinvent the wheel in order to, like, accommodate a handful of Redditors. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's just common sense. Yeah, marriage is important to some? Yeah, definitely. Make marriage less of a trap. I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think so. People have been having children forever? Yeah, for sure. 100% right viewpoint. Yeah, I agree too. Absolutely. Natalist is someone who wants humans to exist. Yeah, clearly, right? How do you know so much on so many different topics? I don't. I think I just stick to topics that I have an understanding of. And also, like, the reason why I think people, like, there's plenty of people think I don't know what I'm talking about too. So, like, I mean, there's probably more of them, honestly. Is that, like, a lot of times, like, I try to avoid talking about things that I don't think that I know anything about. Like, there are things that I might speak on that I don't know anything about, but I don't know that I don't know anything about it, right? It's like, it's basically, you know, like, it's a lack of knowledge that you don't even know what you don't know, right? But, like, if I know that I don't know something, then I'll try to pretend like, or I'm not going to pretend like I do. Does that make sense? Like, everybody makes mistakes and they say that, oh, this is the way it is, without knowing, you know, some, like, type of, like, you know, nuance to it. I think everybody does that with everything. But it's something that I do try to avoid as much as I can. Whoever said the embassy in Iraq is under attack is wrong. My fiance's father lives in Baghdad. He said it's calm over there and he works for the government parliament. I guess we're going to know. I mean, again, like, information like that comes out is going to be really hard to say. Like, right now, we don't have any new information. There's nothing really going on here. There's nobody saying anything. This is an image of the White House. I don't know if we're going to get a statement from Trump about this today or not. I kind of wouldn't expect it, but, you know, we'll see what happens.
That Trump is taking right now is sort of like in between. He does not engage so far in a offensive operation of Israel. He does help Israel defensively, and he threatened the Iranian not to hurt American troops, but called them back to the negotiation table. So if they do that, the Israeli attacks serve as an incentive to make Iran
it doesn't sound like
more
Trump.
flexible negotiation. That's wonderful, but I really don't think that Iranians are operating like that. They're going to try to have significant achievement, militarily achievement.
That's not true. They literally just killed their entire leadership, and this is like the third time it's happened. It's actually crazy how good of a negotiating tool it is to have the ability to kill the other person. Crazy good negotiating tool. Really, really good one. One of the best, actually. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously he's gonna act like that. They're gonna say that, but we all know what's really going on. And the best, maybe? Yeah, exactly. World War III, if Russia gets involved, Russia can't even overcome Ukraine. Russia is not going to go, like, Ukraine is not as closely tied to America as Israel is. Russia is going to condemn Israel and say Israel bad, but they're not going to go and help Iran. Like, that's yeah, because of NATO. Yeah, they're not going to do that. Why would they even do that? Like, that would just be stupid. I mean, how many countries and how many how many countries over the years have, like, lost wars because they ended up fighting them on two fronts? I mean, they're already losing ground and I think not doing very well, and at least publicly losing face with the Ukraine war. And now they're going to entangle themselves and put all their chips on Iran's side? Absolutely not. There's no way that's going to happen. I'd be shocked if that's what happened. Is this the real Asman? Found 20 fakes? I think it might be, right? Yeah, maybe a little bit. They're gaining ground since 2023? I personally don't think so. But yeah, I don't know. The Haiti president was assassinated? That sounds like bullshit to me. Yeah, I don't know. Stop fence sitting? What do you think I'm fence sitting on? I'm just confused because, like, I feel like I've been, Oh, I see. This is what you're doing. Fence sitter, Diamond, kick chat. You're just a shit talker. Literally the entire time. I'm actually surprised you didn't get banned. Okay, anyway, Yeah, what a weird guy. What a weird guy. What's that? The guy's been banned like 100 times? Maybe, I don't know. But now he's banned permanently. Russia's fighting NATO and USA and still winning? What do you mean? Russia's fighting... You think Russia's winning? Like, I don't think Russia's winning. Personally, I don't think so. But, yeah, I don't know. Russia isn't fighting? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it certainly seems like it's not. He said he only reads Kick Chat. He literally read all my responses to stream. Well, I try to read both of them, but like it's hard to keep up. Like I need to get a plugin to where I can combine the chats, so it's easier for me to read both of them. Like I'll just usually click back and forth and like read a few in each one. That's usually what I do in general. But like that's just it's a band-aid solution for an ongoing problem. There'll be no reason for Russia to help Iran. Yeah, exactly. I don't see that happening either. You're gonna go to Nick's party tonight? Yeah, I don't know. I thought they were starting it at 6, to be honest with you. Like I had planned on them starting at 6, and so now it's like it's not going on. And let's see if I can find out why. I don't know why. I have no idea. What's weird is someone saying kill the Jews and your mods blocking my comment, asking if it's okay. So the reason why is because if you type this, it word filters just in general. So it's like if I'm complaining, why is everybody saying, and I start saying the N-word over and over, I'm gonna get in trouble, right? Because I'm still using the word. Like this is weird comments. Weird. Anyway, let's go ahead and close that. And what's stream for the party? It's gonna be I'm not sure which channel it is right now. I think it's the OTK channel on Kick, but I'd have to double check. I was gonna wait and see like when they actually go live with it and do that. The major explosions in Tehran, Iran. Well, let me see if I can find any more information about this. It looks like there's nothing really being shown at the moment. So we're trying to wait and see. Israel's hitting Iran right now? Well, I'll pull it up and find it for myself. Let's see if I can find any more of these. Ludwig has to plug in? Yeah, I know that. Oh, here's one right here. Multiple massive explosions in Tehran just a few minutes ago as Israel launches a new wave of airstrikes against Iran. So yeah, I mean, this is no surprise at all. Yeah, Iran's locked down? Yeah, I think so. If you have Telegram, you can see everything. Yeah, I don't have Telegram. One point to consider regarding Iran is how they're actually fighting another war with their own people. Yeah, that's true too. You're right about that. Tim Walls is saying China is the moral authority.
Choose as you will. I offer no resistance.
On what? That's crazy. I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, I could easily say I could see that guy just says so much stupid shit that anything dumb that he says, I would immediately almost believe, honestly. Russia and Iran have a cooperation agreement that includes some part of the defense agreement. Sounds last year. Yeah, but I mean, like, having the agreement doesn't mean that they're going to follow through with it, you know?
Choose as you will.
Tim Walls also used to be National Guard, make people stay in their homes, use COVID. Who cares what he thinks? Yeah, that guy's a moron. Bro, I live in Minnesota and everybody hates Tim Walls. I work with primarily immigrants and they were talking so much shit about Tampon Tim. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those like weird social things like that are like really, really unpopular. No, I don't think that these guys realize it as much as they're supposed to. Have you seen the updates for Chrono Odyssey? No, I haven't. The beta comes out in 7 days. I just haven't really played it or even thought about it at all, but I probably should.
Unravel.
Yeah, watch Trump tweet. Did he say anything? I don't think he said anything. I'll refresh and double check, but no, there's not. There's no post or anything like that. Are you gonna play more Star Blade? Yeah, maybe I will. Right now, I was playing. Yesterday, I was playing Wuthering Waves.
It seems I misjudged you. Claim your prize.
And you know what happened last time? That's crazy, right?
I like a dash Believe me, not a cockroach.
You know what they say, guys. Winners win. Oh, man. Streamer client? Yeah, well, that's just how it is. Did you win the 50-50? Of course I did. Why would I lose the 50-50? Yeah, absolutely. Explain this in WoW terms. Getting the same mount drop twice in a row. Yep, that was my first one. And, yep, I won the 50-50, and then I got a second one inside of that. And how does the Tectone do it? I don't know, man. Tectone spent $900 to S6 Cardathea. Yeah, I'd probably spend like, you know, maybe 200. That might be a bit much for me. Is this...
I'd prefer the more friendly path.
This morning, the president stated, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have, perhaps, a second chance. The rest of the administration has remained largely quiet.
We just got word that Mr. Witkoff will not be able to join us.
Due to the fluid situation, Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, was forced to miss the opening of an exhibit in Washington that pays tribute to festival goers killed in Israel. Now, Energy Secretary Chris Wright did come out and state that his department is looking to any impacts that could potentially arise in terms of global energy supply from the situation that remains fluid. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Our thanks to Alexandria Hoff for that. I also want to show you some live video footage that we're just now getting into our newsroom.
What's this?
This is dynamic footage there in Jerusalem as they are now responding in some of the aftermath of those attacks that happened there. This is the second, again, launch of missiles, set of missiles that have been launched from Iran into Israel as those search and rescue efforts are underway right now in Jerusalem. Our camera footage here is going to continue to shift and move. I want to see if we're able to listen into anything. Let's try.
Uh-huh.
All right, you just wanted to give you a sense of the sights and sounds that are happening right now as the search and rescue operations are underway in Jerusalem. So,
well, they haven't found any dead people. I mean, there's
from
that.
The IDF about an hour or so ago. This is that the second attack was on its way towards Israel. I want to read out what was able to be put out there from the IDF at the time. They said that missiles were recently launched from Iran towards the territory of the state of Israel.
Is there Arab
and
Israelis?
Defense systems are
Yeah,
working
like,
to intercept the threat.
like
you must enter the protected areas.
between like 10 and 20% of Israel is Muslim.
The protected area will only be possible after receiving explicit instructions. You must continue to act according to the home
Yeah, I thought it was like,
command
is it 20%
instructions
now?
as well. So in the aftermath of this, we've been seeing some of this happen across the country and Israel throughout the day. We've been seeing these search and rescue operations earlier today in Tel Aviv, as well as now Jerusalem. And this is the other latest update. So once these search and rescue efforts are able to go on, this is after it has been deemed safe for folks to come back outside. I want to read this out as well, saying from the IDF, saying after assessing the situation, the Home Front Command issued instructions that it is possible to leave the protected area and that people should continue to stay near it in all regions of the country. You are requested to continue to obey the instructions of the Home Front Command. And with these live images coming into our newsroom, viewer discretion is advised. We're continuing to do our best to watch and keep our eye, but these are active search and rescue operations that are happening there in the aftermath of these attacks. And so we just lost our shot there. It happens from time to time.
Has anyone
We
checked
get it
up
back
on
again,
Caitlin?
We'll certainly bring it to you.
I think
here on
Caitlin's
Live Mouth
okay.
Box. But just so you're able to be aware, I want to showcase this other live vantage point that we do
She's
have
safe.
there in Jerusalem as we're keeping up our eyes as those search and rescue efforts are underway in the country. The Air Force put out this statement there in Israel saying, in the last hour, dozens of missiles have been launched at the state of Israel from Iran, some of which were intercepted by the Air Force. Rescue rescue forces are operating in several areas across the country where reports of falls have been received. The home front command's instructions must continue to be followed. So
It's
we'll
just a
keep our
bunch of
eyes on
bullshit.
this
Okay.
situation again, watching as those live feeds.
Yeah, not a lot going on here. I was just listening. Okay, and anyway, when does the fireworks start? Hopefully not for a while. That's it. And why is there no information on what got hit by the rocket? Probably because it was nothing important. I mean, like, it was not like a strategic place. I mean, it was an apartment building. But, like, that's about it. Let me go back. I'll read a few more of these, because there's obviously, like, a bunch of other shit that happened today. Like, I didn't even get to... Bro, this was crazy.
I want to say shout out to FaZe, coming to kick. I'm just letting y'all know right now, bro. Lacey, Ron, Rug, Kason, kick is over. It's a monopoly. I got all y'all now.
Rots consume you.
There's no way he doesn't know. There's no way.
I got all y'all. It's over for y'all.
There's no way. Like,
you're so evil, bro. I want to say shout out to FaZe, coming to kick.
Bro,
I'm just letting
like,
y'all know right now, bro. Lacey, Ron, Rug,
I don't know if
Kason,
he's explained.
kick is over.
I don't
It's a
know.
monopoly. I got all y'all now.
Bro, like,
I got all.
bro, he knows. He absolutely knows. Let's see if I find it, man. And let's see. Look at this here. And what the fuck did U.S. get? Yeah, this is, by the way, this is the vote. I saw this. Over 500,000 votes. Should the U.S. get involved with the war against Iran? 89% clicked no. So there's a huge amount of people that are like, and this is like, I think this is the way a lot of people feel, right? You voted yes. I just click one. Like, I don't really... I think it depends. That's honestly my opinion, right? I mean, it depends. But, like, in general, I think no. And also, the U.S. already is involved, so, like, it's very, like, it's hard to say. But, like, yeah, I just click one in order to get the results. I actually don't like this, by the way. I wish that you could click, I don't want to vote, but I just want to see the results. Like, I wish that was a default to every single poll, because a lot of people, I think, probably vote for the top option just because they want to see what the outcome is rather than not. So that's usually what I do, like straw poll. Yeah, basically always the easy option. Yeah, definitely. And so let me go back. I'll see if I can find a few more of these over here too. But this is this is the thing I was showing you guys earlier from today. And I'll probably, yeah, there's another one right there. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm not fucking dying for Israel. There's a lot of people that are saying this. A lot of people spamming this shit. It is super common. I'm seeing it a lot. Do you think the U.S. actually gets involved? Yeah, I think there's a good chance it happens. Yeah, absolutely. And let's go back. I could look at that later on, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. What is this here? I forgot why I even like this.
Liberals, I hope you take what just happened to a bunch of y'all in Minnesota as a warning. And if you guys are unaware of what happened, well, a large group of liberal protesters saw a bunch of federal agents show up. And they just decided...
Oh, this is something else. I'm not going to look at that right now and talk about it right now. But, yeah, let's go back. I'll see if I can find the rest of these here, too, because there's been a whole lot of this. Was that Keemstar? No, not really. I'll see. See, there's one more clip I was going to look at. Leroy Jenkins, 10 subs. Thank you, guys. Thank you. There's been a lot of people gifting subs in general. And there's some people complaining because obviously, like, a lot of people have moved over to Kick recently. It's been actually, like, a huge amount of people moving over to Kick. And I've been kind of surprised by the amount of, like, the amount of people. Like, I expected it to be, like, maybe, like, you know, like, maybe a few people. But it's been, like, I didn't expect all of FaZe to move over, right? Like Kick. Because it pays people a lot of money. That's the reason why they have a good program. And I think also multi-streaming is easy to do now. Like, the technology to multi-stream is easy. And the reason why people didn't multi-stream in the past is there's two reasons. Number one, they didn't want to split viewership. And number two, like, I mean, for me, like, I'll be real, I don't need to worry about splitting viewership because I'm usually at the top of the platform either way. Like, I mean, you know, ego, right? But like, that's just the truth. Doesn't matter. And also, I don't think it's really affected my viewership really hardly at all. And so doesn't make a difference. But that's number one. Number two, obviously, they make a lot of money at Kick as well. Like, you know, like I don't know how much I've made. I'd have to go back and look and see for myself, like, each day. But, you know, it's been a pretty good amount. And, yeah. Let's see. I'll watch this.
But today is my first ever day experimenting and trying out multi-streaming, okay? Yeah. So I am currently live right now on Twitch and also live on Kick, on my channel on Kick. So it's my first day ever multi-streaming. We're gonna see how it goes. Obviously, you know, I'm gonna be more focused on my Twitch community and the Twitch chat rather than the Kick chat, but I'll be checking it, you know, here and there. And listen, I see everybody saying, oh, blah, 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 blah. Why are you doing this? Soldier Soul, sold out, did this. Motherfucker, you would too for a bag. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm multi-streaming on Kick to make an extra 100 bands a month. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
I'm not gonna lie. People are like, why do these guys say 100 bands whenever you only get a band for money when you get it in 10,000? Because like you don't get bans for money when you get it in $1,000. It's slang. A band is 1K. Well, but like I guess I know it is 1K, but like what I'm saying is like the logic of that doesn't make sense to me, because when I go to the bank, I've withdrawn over $10,000 before, and I've withdrawn less than $10,000 before. I only get a band around that money when it's over $10,000. Like, I thought a rack was 1,000 and a band is 10,000. Like, that logically is what would make sense.
Yes.
I don't know where these guys came from.
Listen carefully.
That's just me, okay?
This Soldier Soul, sold out, did this. Motherfucker, you would too for a bag. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm multi-streaming on Kick to make an extra 100 bands a month. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
I'm not gonna lie.
People are like mad about multi-streaming.
No.
Who wouldn't stream the same thing they're doing already on a second platform to make an extra 100K a month?
Might as well.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like yeah, I'll admit it, I'm doing it for the bag. Fuck, yeah, I am.
Chat, I have a Kick
and
too.
you would too.
I do appreciate this is why he doesn't have to be a mailman anymore. And you know, good for him. Absolutely good for him. And Sherbordian, yeah, no, that's it. Holy fuck, we're 18 years or 30 plus. How are you still invested in this bullshit? I'm not invested in it because of how he's talking. It's just because he's a streamer and I'm a streamer and I'm talking about streaming, right? I mean, like, what's the problem with that? Is that upsetting for you? I'm sure it must be. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, watch a video equals invested. I guess so. And I think this is the case for a lot of people. And I've been seeing a lot of like virtue signaling and people getting mad about like the Kick stuff. I personally think that I think that's stupid. Like, I mean, obviously I do. Like, that's why I stream on Kick too. But I don't really think, I don't even really understand how it makes sense either, because like from my perspective, like Amazon, I mean, they engage in all kinds of things that are unethical and problematic. So how is it that, and also like if Kick is being subsidized by gambling, then why is Amazon taking partnerships from DraftKings? Like, how is this really a big difference? I don't see there being a big difference, like, logically. I don't really... This has always gotten me in trouble over the years, is that, like, I just don't see things the way that other people see things. Like, I think it's all the same, right? That's it. And people are tired of the Kick is bad because of gambling, and also Amazon is the blood money. Yeah, it's just silly. And would you understand the anger if you chose to go to Rumble? No, because, I mean, I might go to Rumble and I might multi-stream on Rumble one day. Why would people get mad at me for streaming on a platform? Like, the idea that, like, a person is accountable for, like, what happens on a platform, like, YouTube has all kinds of bad stuff on it, but nobody gets mad when a person streams on YouTube. Twitch has all kinds of bad stuff on it, but nobody gets mad when somebody streams on Twitch. But Kick has bad stuff on it, and people act like it's the end of the world. I think that really it's just virtue signaling, and it's not worth taking seriously. And I'm glad to see a lot of the new guys, like the FaZe guys and other younger guys that just don't, like, have any sort of connection to, like, that weird part of the community, that just go and do their own thing, and they don't care about it at all. And it's literally just a narrative thing. Yeah, it is. It's just a narrative thing. And it's not worth taking seriously or getting mad about it at all. And yeah, that's it. Drop site on Twitter just reported what was hit in Israel. Yeah, I don't think it was anything that was like massive, right? Let's see here. And if you're just watching, why does it matter where it's streamed from? Multi-streaming takes less focus on your main chat and followers who made you what you are. I don't mean you put on slow mode to read you yourself. I don't feel like main followers to make you what you are. I mean, I think that you can use that logic in order to do a lot of things, right? To say that like a streamer should never change their content because it would be betraying their main viewers that made them what they are. And so I think in general, it's unhealthy for people to like expect to have that level of like trust, or not trust, but like investment, or like oh, they owe it to you or something like that. I find it to be very weird. Main followers, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's like weird parasocial. Like there's just in general, I feel like a lot of viewers in general, like this is a big problem that Twitch has, is that there's a lot of viewers on Twitch that are really weird and parasocial. And I think because of that, a lot of these types of things, like moving over to another website, or, you know, like taking sponsorships or anything like that, people on Twitch take it a lot more seriously than other platforms. But I'm, again, just like really glad to see that like that ecosystem is basically dead. Like it is. It's basically dead. And I've done my best to kill it. I've always hated it. I hated it even back whenever I was like a smaller streamer. I just didn't like the culture. I didn't like the environment. Leroy, bro, like, yeah, that's a lot of subs. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And so, yeah, it's just entertainment. Yeah, exactly, right? They feel like the streamer is a family member, or they feel like a streamer owes them something or whatever, right? And I think that's it. But it's why people are angry. The reason's terrifying. They love sucking Jeff Bezos' dick. Yeah, well, I mean, either way, right? I'm just saying that, like, anybody who complains and gets mad about it, like, I don't think they're worth taking seriously or getting upset about or caring about at all. People get weird and parasocial after you make it. This is why LSF hates the new W streamers. Well, LSF is a diminishing and dwindling community. The amount of people that are, like, part of that, like, really weird, like, old Twitch, like, hyper virtue signal purity testing group, like that. What's LSF? Yeah, good point, right? That's the thing. It's a live stream fail. It's a subreddit. And I think that their influence and like their, like being like LSF was very much the hive mind of Twitch in like 2018, let's say. But I think that after Fortnite happened, that definitely loosened the culture. And then after I think that you had the W streamers come in, that really kind of unleashed the culture. And I think that changed it a lot. LSF was big, but it died a lot. Yeah, posts still get 10K updates. It's weird. Oh no, because it's LSF is the best place to find clips of streams, but it's also a lot of drama, and like a lot of streamers also don't even like LSF. That's another thing too, is that like a lot of streamers used to like get themselves banned off of LSF. Like if it was up to me, I don't want to be part of that community because I don't like that community. And LSF used to let streamers like say, okay, we'll blacklist my clips off of this subreddit. But the issue is that so many people didn't like the community that it was affecting the viewership. And so the moderators changed it to where streamers couldn't blacklist clips off of themselves. And so it's turned into, and there's like a lot of subreddits that are like this now, is that they've effectively turned into like kind of these like weird accountability subreddits where they try to like attack people and get mad at them for doing something. And I view like, I mean, YouTube drama is like another one. Like there's like snark subreddits that are somewhere that way. And like there's a few, like Gaming Circle Jerk is like that too. And just in general, like where they're trying to get together and, you know, like basically Karens, right? Like trying to get together and like bully somebody into not doing something. And it's a pretty unhealthy and I think weird culture. But I'm glad to see that it's pretty much dead. That's like searching for something to hate. Yeah, definitely. Would you ever retire? Well, I don't know. People disagree with me. Subreddits? Yeah. Oh, Pirate is LSF's favorite. Yeah. They really don't like Pirate software. I mean, I don't really talk about it a lot because it's not really that big of a deal and it doesn't really matter. But you know, to me, I'm not really a big fan of it at all. And so yeah. Reports show Apache shot down Iranian drone. Yeah, we're gonna wait. I mean, like obviously, I'm gonna take a break for today. Like today, I kind of had plans to like end a little bit earlier and do some other stuff. Tomorrow is gonna be like a regular length normal stream for me, and so that's the plan. Like I can hang out for like 10 more minutes or so, maybe 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna go and chill out for a bit. And we'll probably do some different stuff tomorrow as well. But the odds are there's probably gonna be a lot of drama, and so we're kind of waiting on that next new big game to get excited for and play. I don't know what it's going to be. We're going to see at the party. Yeah, I might stop by for a little while. I don't really plan on being over there for like a long period of time. But like, yeah, OTK is doing an event, and like Nick and them invited me. They're like, do you want to come to the party? It's like like they got like a partnership to like do events on Kick. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure, I can come to this. And so, yeah, that's kind of the plan. And I can rate it on my Kick channel, but obviously it's going to be on that platform. I think it's like OTK, like kick.com/OTK. I'm not sure though. I'd have to double check. So yeah, you should show up in a Murloc mask. That'd actually be really funny. That would be really fucking funny. I need to get one of those. That's smart. Actually, so real? Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I don't really think it's a big deal one way or another. They advertise you there? Well, yeah, because I told them I'd go. I mean, of course they'd advertise me. Sure. What do you think of Chrono Odyssey? Giving Dark Souls vibes? Oh, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it for sure. I'm really excited for it. I'm actually gonna kick you out of the org. I mean, I left the org for a lot of reasons. Like, in general, the reason why, this is the big reason, is that I just didn't want other people to be involved with, like, if I want to change my content and focus on more controversial political content, that's something that not everybody else wants to be involved with. And I think it's unfair for me to try to drag all of them into... It's like, I don't expect anybody to fight my battles for me. And I don't want them to, like, for example, like, I bet Hassan's friends probably get the same thing. Like, I bet, like, Will and, like, Ludwig, for example, probably get a bit of hate because, like, they're friends with Hassan. And I don't want to have that happen to my friends either because they're connected to me with an org. Oh, yeah? Yeah, for sure. And, like, I don't support any of that, by the way. I think that's super fucking cringe. Like, obviously, like, I know Will, and I know, who's the other one? Ludwig, too. Like, I think they're great guys. I like them. You know, they might have opinions I disagree with, right? But, like, fundamentally, they're good people, and I don't think they deserve that. So, yeah. And same thing with, like, anybody that's, like, friends of mine. And so, yeah, it's so different, though. Well, in general, like, that's it. What do you think of Cutie? Oh, Cutie Cinderella? I think she's fine. Like, I've had very minimal interactions with Cutie. Like, I've talked to her in DMs, like, maybe 2 or 3 times. That's about it. But I've never had issues with her. Like, I don't have issues with people in general. Like, people have issues maybe with me, but I don't have issues with other people. Yeah, you can like people you disagree with. Crazy talk. Yeah, that's it. China condemned Israel, calling both sides to ease the tensions. Yeah, definitely. No, I think that's not surprising. She seems like she hates men. I don't want to talk about that. Like, I don't know about Cutie. Like, who have you had issues with? I mean, like, Poke and I had issues for a while, but, you know, we talked and worked it out. And I've had issues with a few other people in the past, but, like, that's it. The Asan group probably hates you. They might hate me, but I think that they, you know, like, I think that they disagree with me. I don't know if they hate me. I think there's usually a pretty big difference there. So, yeah. Now, when Marathon drops, will you stream it? Oh, now I definitely will. I remember Cutie from Raj Patel streams. Yeah, those were the days, right? That was it. I think anyone they disagree with, they hate. Yeah, and also, like, other people that might not want to get around. You didn't have an issue with Poke, called you racist with no backing. That's fine. That's not a big deal. Like, I mean, I was talking shit about him. He talked shit about me. Like, I don't care. Like, I mean, I really, like, it's not... people take this stuff really seriously. It's the same thing, like, it's just the internet, right? I mean, like, I'm not gonna get mad about this shit. It's stupid. Do you really regret not streaming Concord? I do. I absolutely regret not streaming Concord. I do. What's your game you're most looking forward to? The next game that I'm mostly looking forward to is probably Death Stranding 2. Unless there's another one that I haven't thought of. Tecton will never let go of the Poke thing. Yeah, I saw him and Poke were going at each other. I don't know. I think they should just meet up for dinner, talk it out, work it out. Probably be fun. I mean, I think that's really how it is with a lot of people. Yeah, you just talk to somebody and, you know, find common ground, or at least, you know, learn to coexist, and then it's not going to be an issue. Will you ever come back to RuneScape? Maybe. I heard RuneScape had a bunch of drama with, like, their Pride event. I was going to talk about that today, but, like, all this stuff happened. It kind of came out of nowhere. But I'm going to go over some more gaming stuff today. I mean, obviously today was, like, really kind of a big deal because of this whole, like, conflict. And I think this conflict is probably going to go on for, like, the next couple of days also. It seems like, you know, things are a little bit wrapping up now. So we'll probably see more of that happen then. Dumb as fuck drama. Pokes always gets to. I don't want to get involved with it. I just don't. I don't care. Like, just in general, like, I want to get away from, like, anything that is a personal dispute between friends of mine, unless I really think that somebody's really getting the short end of the stick, and I want to defend them or set the record straight, or I think somebody's lying. I just don't want to get involved. Straight up. Like, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to start drama. I don't want to have any of that stuff happening. Yeah, and, like, it's a personal conflict between two people. That's it. Israel took out a whole lot of general staff. Iran's not going to let it go after 2 days. Well, they might not have a choice, honestly. I mean, you take out their entire military leadership, your missile defense and your missile attacks don't do anything. Like, what are they going to do? You don't have an air force? Like, what are they going to march over? I mean, like, they're not even connected to Israel. They'd have to go through Saudi Arabia. Like, do you think Saudi Arabia is going to let Iran march an army through there? No. So no, it's just not going to happen. Like, I mean, like, oh, Iraq? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no, true. I don't know why I didn't think of that. But yeah, Iraq will? I don't think so. And I think if they did, like, they would probably get bombed on the way over there, right? And so it would just be stupid to do that. They don't have an army. They have money. I mean, yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen. But I could be wrong. Iraq is not connected to Israel. I'd have to go back and look at the map. But, like, all I'm saying is that, yeah, it's just not going to happen. I mean, obviously, like, the straight shot, I think, would be to go through Saudi Arabia, right? But that's not, I don't think, on the table. Between the protests and the Middle East stuff, you'll have a lot to go over tomorrow? Yeah, I think so. Do you think Bloodborne IP is officially dead? No, I don't think so. Don't take a side between friends if you can help it? Yeah, I think so too. And a lot of people, like, I mean, if somebody ever asked me to, like, take their side or to, like, help them, then I would probably do that, but, like, that's it.
To purge you would be a mercy.
LA firefighters are having a press conference to tell people not to set cars on fire. Yeah, I'll have to watch that tomorrow. But that's it. Will you check on Mop Classic? Not really. I'm not really that interested in playing WoW right now. Would you mediate a dispute between friends at their request? Yeah, sure. It depends on who they are and what they want and what the dispute is. But yeah, in general, I'd be down to do that. I've already done that a lot between people. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and just chill out for a little bit and then probably go over to that party. I think it's at the OTK Kick channel. And so I will go ahead and raid that channel from my Kick account. And that way you guys that want to watch that will be there. And I'll probably be there. There'll be a number of other guys there too. And I'll hang out with all them and we'll do some stuff. And so, yeah, that's it, man. And so obviously today is a little bit shorter day for me, which honestly is kind of a good thing. You know, I don't mind taking a little bit of a break here and there and not going hard 8 hours a day every single day. But yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow and we'll probably have a little bit more content there and things to do. So thanks a lot, guys, for watching. I really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. All right, boys. Peace. See ya.
Join the special unit under the agency and lead expeditions to investigate mysterious anomalies that threaten quality in breach signal. Next up, the Guards 2 Chaos and Hell demo is live. Play 2 hellish biomes now, and don't you worry, because your save carries over to the launch. Download the game for free on Steam now and check out their new trailer. All right, now for our next game and trailer, Bruce, what are you doing?
I'm being a gamer! Roll that Morgenstern trailer! There is no place for suckers! Join the army and fight with us! Come to Castle Morgenstern, slay with us! The hordes of darkness will drown in blood. Come to Castle Morgenstern and die with us!
Rock solo or with your friends in this roguelike hack and slash that is Morgenstern. Their demo's available on Steam right now for you to jump in after the show. Up next, our next title is a sequel that brings us back to outer space with nothing but a crowbar, a dream, and a chicken. Duct tape your way through the void like cosmic MacGyver in Breath Edge 2.
Breath Edge 2's demo is available now for you to try out after the show. To play a little of Breath Edge 1 after wishlisting. We've got one more game in space for you. Starbirds is a relaxing asteroid base building and resource management game. Discover and mine countless asteroids, create production networks, and guide your flock of spacefaring birds to new interstellar horizons. Wishlist today. Now we have got a real special announcement next, especially for those of you who have been following this game since it released on itch.io. In our next game, you play as the final boss, defeating the puny hero trying to fulfill his quest. But of course, they fail. Roll the trailer. You can wishlist the Dark Queen of War.
The Dark Queen is coming to Steam August 15th of this year with controller support, multiple endings, and much, much more. Wishlist Defeat the Queen today. Survival situations often come down to pairing yourselves with the strongest companions to watch your back in a zombie outbreak, which is why I am obviously screwed.
Help! I'm in so much pain.
Good. Hopefully your friends are more reliable because you're gonna need them in our next game, Spur Mountain Outbreak.
Escape room meets co-op survival horror in Whisper Mountain Outbreak. Gather your friends and see how long you can last in the demo that's live on Steam today. Our next game comes from the publisher Critical Reflex, who has been an Expo regular at this point. Get ready to blow stuff up strategically with their auto battler roguelike Deadlock Station, which has open playtest now and will be launching later this year. Check it out.
Deadlock Station needs its heroes. This drill, Commander. Position your squad wisely and stay frosty. The battle will unfold on its own. Since soldiers have game-changing abilities, charge them mid-combat and unleash them at the most opportune moments. Explore the wasteland with your squad. Unlock exclusive missions, legendary loot, and uncover their stories. Lots of heroes to command, yet the swarm quits. They just keep coming. Failure is just a setback. Rearm, re-engage. Bring the station from the ashes. Improve the ultimates, upgrade the gear, while other factions squabble over nothing. Merge auto combat with direct control and dominate every encounter. Use anything you find on the battlefield. Traps, turrets, acid pools, and a dozen other ways to crush your foe. No two battles are the same. Apt or flatline. Deadlock Station awaits. Lead your squad, unravel the alien threat, and reclaim New Earth's future.
Up next, the RTS genre is about to get turned upside down, and by that I actually mean sideways. A fight on land, ocean, and the sky against hordes of enemies trying to lay siege to your castle in realms of madness.
In order to get gold, we need to build a treasury, sire.
Attacking!
Witness me, warmth high in the fracture in the firmament. You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls,
Wishlist Realms of Madness today in preparation for their upcoming launch later this year. Classic Doom is great, but low-res hell can get depressing. Fortunately, I can now shotgun things in a pretty forest, courtesy of the new boomer shooter, Project Amica.
It kind of looks like if Sonic had a gun a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you too can blast through the colorful 90s-inspired world of robots in the Project Amica demo that's available on Steam now. All right, it's time for another publisher showcase, and this time we're getting a little spooky.
We've already had some spooky games, okay? I'm scared,
Yeah,
but Fearademic is a publisher that takes pride in bringing you horror games that will haunt you for days. They've brought 3 games just for us today, so prepare yourself. Here's Fearademic. Oh.
Bonzi? Where are you? I don't remember this part of the house. That must be Momsy. What a scary, scary nightmare. Spider legs. Maybe I'll hang around the house and answer will come.
finish this.
Wishlist Bad Cheese, Dark Fracture, and Leftovers KO on Steam right now. And try the Bad Cheese demo and Leftovers KO full game for yourself today. It's been a while since we had a solid FPS MMO hit the shelves, but luckily, Pioneer is looking to fix that.
Drop into the vast, grim world of Pioneer, where survival hinges on exploration, crafting, and smart resource management. Wishlist on Steam to be the first notified of their open beta when it's revealed. We've got our first cozy game of the Bruce, it has fishing.
I'll get my fishing gear.
See, every single year, games in the cozy category get flack, but I think that people really undermine how great it could be to just sit back, relax, and enjoy the calm, and what are you doing?
Screw the calm. Let's go fishing!
Fishing can be a total mess, right? But not this. Got it! Take it away, Eddie. Let's go! Boom! Fish in the air! Ooh, a wet catfish! It's mine! Fish hunters, you ain't got time to get bored. You grab quests, search for the right fish in different bodies of water, and shoot that bad boy with every weapon you got.
Whoa, whoa, brother. Not cool. We love fish, man. Yeah, you're right.
And the main thing here, you're always progressing. Level up, unlock new weapons, rods, and they level up too. And of course, you're filling up your own fish collection. If you love fish, then this is exactly the right place for you, my man. Welcome to Fish Hunters. Hunting fish has never been this fun. Demo's up on Steam. Go grab it and bring your buddies with you.
Gather your friends and pack your tackle box with grenades, because in Fish Hunters, you're catching fish at any cost. The demo launches today, so see how many you can catch after the show. For our next game, you're not just watching a reveal, you're watching the doors swing wide open. Season 4 of Dwarven Realms launches now, so get ready to dive in.
Centuries ago, the dwarves were thought lost to Archaon's fury. Erased from history to survive, they've wielded forces should never be tampered with, bound by power that bends life and death to their will. They command what was never to be controlled.
into The Lost Glitches, one of the most popular pieces on Steam, and start building your story through the cards you play. It's free to download, quick to pick up, but only the sharpest minds can climb the ranks. Think you've got what it takes? Log in, play your first match, and let the Deep Sky Network put you to the test. Now, up next, we've got a game of chance. So, her face, Bruce.
It's really good. Watch this. Can you tell what I'm thinking?
I think that right now you're contemplating the future of the gaming industry after seeing millions of dollars being pumped into projects that no one asked. While indie games continue to be the only ones to innovate and continue to push video games as an art forward.
Deal.
Oh.
Here's what devils do.
Jack was a gambler, bold and you claim a treasury, but if you lose, you're coming with. Jack found all his aces gone, the devil laughed. Let's go, son! It seemed like Jack had lost his bet, but he just smiled. The game's not over yet. Now Jack's in hell, let's cut his tail, but he's got some tricks under
When I'm ready.
his belt. If the devil can cheat, well, not. I cheat my way back to the Texas sky. I guess the only way through is so I'll be instead I'm coming for you. We'll take my prize, yeah, I'll give you the devil's due.
Gamble your way through the 7 layers of hell to cheat both fate and the devil in the roguelike card game The Devil's Due. Wishlist on Steam to fight through your demons when the game launches. Now, sometimes it feels like new horror games aren't quite living up to the dread and trauma inflicted by old school games like Silent Hill and Resident Evil. Luckily, our next game's developer has been working on what he calls a love letter to the PSX era survival horror games. Here's Flesh Made Fear.
Stuff. Coming up, we've got 2 back-to-back world reveals for you. Our first one is fantasy, loot, and danger corner, a bold indie take on one of the hottest genres right now. It's a third-person extraction shooter with battle royale DNA. Introducing Gravebound.
Doomspire is a roguelike deck builder where you can descend a cursed, forge powerful decks, and try not to lose your mind. It's kind of like if Hearthstone and Slay the Spire met in a dark alley and things got weird. Be sure to add both Gravebound and Doomspire to your wish lists today. Now, speaking of things getting weird, did you ever watch that old Seth Rogen movie, Sausage Party?
That's the one with the talking hot dogs making dick jokes?
Yeah, it was my favorite movie as a kid growing up. Well, our next game is like if Little Nightmares took place in the world of talking hot dogs and food.
It's not a kid's movie.
Well, I think it looks pretty good. Let's take a look at Melted Time. No, watch what happens.
Play as a candle, slowly melting in real time as you explore a series of eerie locations while solving puzzles along the way in Melted Time.
Oh, crap. Sorry. Hydrating. Sorry about that.
I feel like I've seen that guy before. He's at the last couple of expos, yeah?
Yeah, that's Case. Case has been great. I think so far he's been a lawyer. We met at G4 TV together. That's kind of where we met. But yeah, he's been like a lawyer. He's been a wizard, a handyman, and I think last year he was even Santa.
I remember Santa.
Yeah,
that's
Santa.
What does he do when the expo is not going on?
That's a tough question.
Too much clutter.
Boredom and everyday mundane tasks in Unemployment Simulator 2018. I actually once had a roommate that never cleaned his toilet because he thought that the flush would be the thing to get all the poop stains out of the bowl.
Was this esports?
It was esports.
Well, if that last game hit a nerve for some, this is gross. For some of you, maybe our next game will help fill that void. Because luckily, my lord is hiring.
I didn't shower. reject and fire townspeople to train the perfect army in order to protect your kingdom from invading monsters today by downloading the demo for My Lord is Hiring on Steam. We have another returning game to the OTK Games Expo from last year. Shadow Road is a story-driven turn-based RPG where feudal Japan, magic, and machine. Assemble your team from a diverse set of characters and test your skills against yokai and steampunk contraptions. Wishlist the road on Steam today, but before you do, take a new look at the game.
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
Can I help you?
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
Can I help you?
Give me my coffee, you jerk!
Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
Can I help you?
Still with me, Sister Harrow? Sister Harrow? Sister Harrow?
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Mr. Harrow? Mr. Harrow? Still with me, Mr. Harrow?
Rue Valley is a narrative RPG about a man trapped in a time loop surrounded by a colorful cast with complex emotional stories and unexpected secrets. Wishlist Rue Valley on Steam today. It's a known fact that all dogs go to heaven, it's true, but what happens when they get there before us? Find out in our next game, My Little Puppy. My Little Puppy's coming to consoles as well as PC. And it's Horde.